we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big ol' booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedated, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimpin' when we in the city. Don't ask her about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tinted. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. See some thousands, now I'm after some millions. So all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all locked, man? What we doing tonight, chat? Are y'all locked, man? Y'all locked, man? We gonna do a longer intro mode tonight, man. We intro mode, baby.
But I sin, I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean.
Oh man, chat. What we doing tonight, chat? What we doing tonight, chat, man? Where the other intro at, man? Here we go. Hold on. Wow. Lucas stall out them pint bottles out granny crib. I poured so much I ain't wanna live. Told money then, shit we in the wind. I was in the hood when I clipped the bin. Since a young nigga I been ready. Went glass house on every Chevy. In this game I tried plenty settings. It's all or nothing. How niggas been. Got sucker niggas, keep suckers with them. One of the reasons I ain't fucking with them. Trish Tech and some more than her. Guess she couldn't even afford a winner. I'm open late, don't need a scale. And it's always over, sneak wishing well. I double down, slick shit to spell. Shawty know I don't kiss and tell. I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, 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 faded. Well, I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, faded, faded. Yeah, chat, it's been a minute since y'all heard that one, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. Are y'all locked, man? What them plugs, what them locks, man?
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
That's what I'm talking about. Hold on.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut live out. What we doing tonight, chat? They saying Trump ceasefire uncertain. Netanyahu under attack amid reopening of global energy, chat. I want to know what the hell is going on. Everybody double tap the screen, shut live out, man. We got an action-packed episode, chat. We got an action-packed episode, man. What do we got on the lineup, chat? We're going to get into the ceasefire deals and the details that include Israel and Hezbollah. We're also gonna get into that Tucker Carlson speaking about Trump's desecration of Easter, and he issued out a warning to the Christians. What else? Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel and New York Times reporter Deanna Rossini were seen holding hands, hugging, and spending time together at a luxury hotel in Arizona, and both they ass married. Oh my God, I don't know what's up with the Patriots, man. You got Bill Belichick, you got Robert Kraft, and now you got Mike Vrabel, man. It's looking like you don't need to go over there to the Patriots, or your damn business gonna come out, chat. Straight up. What else do we have? The senior VP of Human Resources at Oracle also put out another statement, basically saying that he sent the email to 30,000 people at 6 a.m, cutting their jobs. And yesterday he just onboarded one person at a $950,000 a year salary. I believe $2.5 million in bonuses and a $26 million incentive package. So he's saying that they let go of 30,000 regular employees and they just hired one person, chat. Also, reports are coming out that people are wondering what's going to happen to their reporter, the one who leaked the mission over there to rescue the pilot. Remember, Trump said once they find out who their reporter is, they're going to be in trouble. Well, they found out who the reporter is, and now nobody's talking about it because he was Israeli. Also, they're saying Bill Gates is set to testify before the House Oversight Committee on the Epstein files. I believe that is slated for June the 10th. We'll have Bill Gates testifying before House Oversight Committee. Israel and Hezbollah were supposed to halt fighting in Lebanon as part of the 2-week ceasefire deal. We'll cover that. I don't think that has held true. We also have the UFO files. We got the UFO files getting ready to come out. We'll cover that. Laura Loomer's her nut job ass is still going off, talking about hopefully the Iranian regime is obliterated before they obliterate us someday. I personally prefer bombing and unaliving terrorists instead of negotiating with them. I doubt Iran will respect the terms of any deal. And that is from Laura Loomer. That is from Laura Loomer over there. They're also reported Israel was not updated until the ceasefire was on the verge of being signed. They were not a part of the agreement process. They're saying it shows a serious, justified lack of trust that Israel would have tried to sabotage the deal. What else is going on? Anthropic. Anthropic dropped Claude Mythos. Well, they really didn't drop Claude Mythos. They were testing Claude Mythos. It's supposed to be an AI that can basically break through any code. It can hack through anything. And it actually hacked through their testing environment and posted a message to the internet letting them know that it had escaped the testing environment. So AI is to a point to where it cannot be contained. It is officially at a point to where it cannot be contained. We'll cover that as well. We'll get over the ceasefire conditions, a lot of that. They got this one guy, I guess he's North Korean. He was doing an interview at an IT company for the U.S., and they tried to make him call Kim Jong-un a fat, ugly pig to prove that he wasn't from North Korea, and he actually wouldn't do it. He actually would not do it. The White House is proposing firing 9,400 TSA agents. Trump's budget proposal aims to cut $1.5 billion from TSA, remove 15% of the agency's worker. So yeah, they're saying this is separate from the ongoing DHS shutdown. This is separate from the ongoing DHS shutdown. FedEx fuel surcharge is now at 26.5% for most packages, an additional cost that the company has tied to the price of gas. Also, I told you guys yesterday that they were going to form those human chains around the power plants and on the bridges. We seen that happened today. Flight tickets are also skyrocketing. A flight from Bangkok to Frankfurt was $474. That same flight is now $2,800. A $500 flight from Hong Kong to London is now $3,300. A $700 flight from Sydney to London is now $4,000. Chat, we're seeing it, man. We're seeing it go on right now. Everyone double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. We have to get to 100 likes off of the rip. I need everybody to double tap the screen, everybody to go to the top, hit the like button. We got an action-packed episode. We're gonna hang out tonight, man. You said jet fuel. Yeah, what's up, Big Niche? What's up, H Buster? What's up, Classified? Hey, chat, y'all let me know if y'all see Lamar in here. Lamar, if Lamar comes in here tonight, he's gonna get a damn mod wrench, chat. Tonight is the night for Lamar's mod wrench. I was thinking about that earlier, like, damn, Lamar's been supporting the channel for a while. Let's give his ass a mod wrench. Let's get into it, chat. We got a miscellaneous clip. This is, hold on. All right, this is,
You for real?
Am I for real about
Draymond Green being pranked. I believe they're trying to get him to invest $100 million in a company, and they keep calling him broke. It is a prank, and I believe Draymond went off. So I want to know, Chad, how would you react in this situation if you were Draymond Green? Let's go through it.
what?
$100 million
Let me
today.
ask you a question.
I mean, I'm not gonna give you
Let me
$100
ask you a
million
question.
Because he
today.
doesn't have it.
You go.
in the NBA.
Yeah. Not
What's
in
up,
finance.
Chris?
Rich, this is I'm
Let's get
embarrassed
to
for you.
What the hell this man say? I'll give Lamar some top on TikTok. Who the fuck is Lamar? Who is Lamar? Oh, you said what you mean? You just said you was gonna get Lamar rich. I'm tripping. I'm thinking of oh man, Lamar Garrard, the one in the chat, is getting a wrench. Somebody said I'm gonna give Lamar some top. Forgot I was even talking about the same Lamar, man. I'm tripping. Nah, Carlos, you right.
$1 million cash.
That's who we deal with.
Okay, hey, number one, y'all should stop yelling. I'm a grown-ass man.
Why should we stop yelling?
I'm gonna be honest, chat. We watching this clip of Draymond and LeBron. I thought they was talking about Lamar Odom. I was finna say, how the fuck Lamar Odom get in my chat? They talking about giving Lamar Odom some time. Enough of that, man. I thought I'd bring y'all a clip, man, because y'all say it's always doom and gloom over here. So I will bring y'all a good clip, man. This right here is actually what I want y'all to answer. This guy proposed to his wife at Disney World, and one of the workers came and pushed him out of the way and told him that he could not propose right there, chat. So I want to know, how would y'all have reacted? This is a once-in-a-lifetime moment. This man is proposing to his wife in front of the world. Pictures ruined. Ruined, chat. I want to know, what would y'all have done in this situation? This shit crazy, chat. I'm not going to lie. Look, beautiful scene. Y'all see, you got the damn castle behind. All of the people are clapping. He's in all white. I think he might got some damn Air Force Ones on and shit. Got his taper fade, man. Got down on one knee to make the biggest decision of his damn life, man. Now watch this fucker who takes his job way too serious come and piss on the moment, chat. Watch. He grabbed the ring, chat. He grabbed the ring, chat. Look, he's proposing to his woman. He grabs the ring, takes it.
great, but over here she's gonna be even better.
I ain't gonna lie, Chad. I probably would have had to roughhouse them, Chad. I probably would have roughhoused them a little bit. I wouldn't have just ground and pounded them and beat them up, but yeah, I would have had to roughhouse them a little bit, man. What do you mean? Yeah, all them little Mickey ears and shit would have been floating out in the crowd, man. Them little Mickey ears would have been all bent the fuck up. What? That's crazy, Chad. All right, Chad. Was that man doing his job or taking his job too serious, Chad? Was he taking his job too serious, Chad? Yes or no in the chat, man. Was that man taking his job too serious? Let's get into the actual factuals of what's going on, though, Chad. Let's get into the actual factuals of what's going on with this ceasefire. Everyone double tap the screen for me. We have to hit that like goal.
As President Trump has officially announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran. The ceasefire was mediated by Pakistan, and it was subject to the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran says it's going to do. It's going to open the strait. Let's bring in retired Marine Intelligence Officer, national security analyst, and the host of the Strap podcast, Hal Kempfer. Hal, we've been...
Requirement. That's a hard and fast. That is a condition of the ceasefire, is that they open the Strait of Hormuz. If the Strait of Hormuz isn't open, then why are we having a ceasefire?
That's the thing about Pakistan, H-Buster, is that they posted on their Twitter account asking for a ceasefire, asking for a 2-week ceasefire, but it said draft. The first post said draft, posted to Pakistan's X account, and then it had all of the messaging requesting a 2-week ceasefire. They deleted that post, took out draft where the White House sent it to them, and then posted it extra. So it actually wasn't Pakistan's words. This was the words of America and the administration in power. Pakistan was just the voice of it. We seen by the post initially being posted as a draft.
Ceasefire. So that's the first thing, and Iran has to perform on that. You know, one of the questions is, has Iran done something like mine parts of the main sea lanes that go through the Strait of Hormuz? And do they know where those mines are? Are they able to get those mines, demine that area? I don't think they can. I'm not even sure if they know where they put all their mines. And so the big thing here is really insurance is going to drive a lot of this, maritime insurance. There has to be a degree of risk assessment that will allow the rates to drop to the point that the ships can go actually through in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. So there is a lot to happen, and it's got to happen very fast. Now, if they get it out, not so much what Iran's going to get, but certainly for what the world's going to get.
Oh yeah, Rockstar just fired all of their developers, so we probably will get Jesus returning before Grand Theft Auto 6. What's up, AJ?
Obviously a lot of oil, but also natural gas, which has become an increasingly important commodity, but also fertilizer. We're facing a food...
You said everyone said Trump was going to end humanity. Now that there's a ceasefire, says Taco. It's almost like any fresh turd they have to sit on. I'm going to be honest with you, Dennis. Trump fucked up because let's put out the actual factuals, right? Before we went over there, the Strait of Hormuz was open. Right? Now he had to threaten to end the whole damn civilization to open it back up, right? Iran still has the enriched uranium, right? They're still imposing a $2 million one-way toll on all ships entering and exiting, right? It's safer at home. We should have just stayed the fuck at home. It's safer at home, honestly.
Sufficiency crisis next year if we can't get the fertilizer out of there for agriculture worldwide to support it. So that is an absolutely crucial thing. It's planting season right now. and they got to get the fertilizer out there in order to.
Yeah, Gold Rock, send that to me in the Discord. I was using a different kind of tool. Everyone hit the like button, double tap the screen, share the live out. Let's get to 100 likes. But yeah, chat, we have to be all the way honest with this. We have to be all the way honest with this situation right here. There's no way. There's no way. Let's be honest, chat. Where's the play button?
To get that going. So that's going to be a big one. Now, what will Iran do? Iran's going to have to negotiate in good faith. They're going to probably have to do something big that they don't want to do with that enriched uranium, which is to allow international inspectors there, to allow the enriched uranium to be relocated to another country. There's just a lot that has to happen with that, and I don't see that dropping. Now, that 2 weeks is time to negotiate another 2 weeks or another week or whatever. And once things are flowing in and out of the Strait of Hormuz, if discussions are going in the right direction, you might see this lengthen out to be a longer ceasefire. But we have to see what's going to happen. We have to see, first off, are they going to comply with that initial part? Now,
so they're saying that Israel is under attack right now, but the reason that they're saying it is that Iran's power right now is decentralized. So Trump may have struck a deal with a faction of the regime, a faction, but there are other decentralized parts that either didn't get the message in time, or just don't give a fuck. And we seen a barrage of missiles come on Israel, and now that I expect some responses. So it looks like this ceasefire might be over before it started, just with Israel and Iran. Now Israel is gonna attack Iran back directly and not just Lebanon.
I will say tonight, you probably heard the phrase, the calm before the storm? Well, in Middle East ceasefires, you'll often see the storm before the calm, which is everybody fires everything off right before the ceasefire takes effect. And one of the things we're watching is that somebody in Iran was firing off ballistic missiles after the ceasefire took effect. They stopped shortly afterwards, but missiles were dropping around Israel and elsewhere around the Middle East. And the question was, who authorized that? And do they really, as whoever we're talking to, do they really have control over their security apparatus?
Yeah, I was reading in Axios that U.S. officials told Axios that they anticipate the lower level.
So, chat, what are y'all gonna say when Trump lifts these sanctions on Iran? And he has to send $2 billion. Maybe the $2 billion doesn't come in a plane full of money like Obama did it, but Iran wants that. They want that money when they lift them sanctions. So the money's gonna have to be transferred one way or another. My prediction, chat, is to save face, it'll go through the board of peace. To save face, to kind of keep it off the books, man, I think it'll go through the board of peace, man. Trump will make it seem like, oh, I didn't give them the sanctions. Sanctions were lifted, but we didn't give them the money back. They'll find a way to push the money through the board of peace, give it to Iran so it doesn't look like it came directly from us, and then everybody will be made good on the back end. That's my prediction. We have to remember that whether Trump goes to run for Venezuela president, whether Trump tries to run for a third term here, he is chairman of the board of peace. That is a position, a forever position. That is not a rotating position. That is not an elected position. He appointed himself chairman of the board of peace, and that is a forever position.
IRGC levels, they get these messages on sort of a delay, is the way it was written about. And that was actually going to be one of my questions for you. They say that if a message like that gets delayed to the lower ranking members of the RGC.
K-Dog, we're going to give them something, in my opinion. K-Dog says we're not giving them shit. Chat, do you think the sanctions will be lifted on Iran? Lifted or not lifted in the chat. Lifted or not lifted. Because if the sanctions are lifted on Iran, K-Dog, they have to get paid.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that you could see some fired missiles.
What's up,
after the
Jason?
ceasefire takes place. But if we could look into that, why does it take time for lower-ranking members of the IRGC to get, I mean, important news like, hey, stop shooting?
Part of it is we've degraded their command, control, and communications network through this war. We've done a lot of things that are less apparent to those looking from the outside.
See, that's the thing Carlos said. Hold on, Chad. I'm trying to pull it up. Carlos said that board has no meaning after he leaves because he can't negotiate as America once he leaves. Carlos, what the fuck do you mean? We got people, we got dual citizens negotiating on the behalf of America. We got people that aren't even in the damn cabinet. We got people that are outside of this whole thing negotiating on behalf of America. What the hell do you mean? You don't think Trump, sitting at the chairman of the Board of Peace, is going to still be trying to negotiate on behalf of America? It's crazy. Crazy.
But we've significantly degraded their ability to communicate effectively with all their disparate parts. If you recall, when this thing kicked off, you know, it was a decapitation strike that took out the Supreme Leader and about 49 other really top leaders. And you saw this kind of lag effect. There was a kind of a slow response, slow retaliation. You know, you knew Iran was going to retaliate, but it was really kind of a slow retaliation before it finally kicked off. And that was because of this very tight command and control thing they had where it went to only top.
Jason, I don't think you even sent me your address. I had your bag, man. I had your bag already on the way to be sent out. I don't think you sent the damn address, Jason. I sent out a whole lot of Zod bags. I got Zod bags right here, Chad. Hold on. I got Zod bags right here. What are we talking about, Jason? I got Zod bags right here, man. We've been doing giveaways. We ain't done them in a minute, but I got the Zod bags right here, Jason. You didn't send your address, man.
Decision makers. It's a autocratic system. It doesn't reward initiative at the lower levels. And because of that, they wait for higher headquarters to give them an order. So if their last order was to fire, they will keep firing regardless of what they think the situation might be until someone tells them specifically not to fire. And if that comms path, that communications path is degraded, so there's a delay in getting that, then you will see missiles get launched. The concern is that somebody there could have actually been saying, hey, keep firing just for a little bit. Let's kind of push the envelope here and launch a few more missiles in at the very end, in the idea that maybe it'll provoke a response, which they will then claim that the other side violated the ceasefire. So I think we're going to find out more about this and find out what the specifics are, but it is something we have to watch.
Yeah.
It's probably just a ceasefire on critical infrastructure. As we've seen this Russia-Ukraine situation develop, they have had certain ceasefires that were only on certain things. Like, hey, you can't hit our energy. Hey, you can't hit certain facilities. So maybe this ceasefire, it was supposed to be a complete ceasefire, but maybe they'll make concessions and say, hey, you don't strike our critical infrastructure, we don't strike your critical infrastructure. And chat, I know y'all been out here in these live streams today sneaking and geeking. Y'all been running through the YouTube streets, chat. Who been running through the YouTube streets today? If y'all been running through the YouTube streets today, press 1. If you've been in the YouTube streets today, press 1. If you have not, press 2.
It's worth also underscoring that it appears, at least from the initial reports, that this does not only affect the U.S. and Iran. This will also bring a ceasefire in the Israeli direction as well, and in Lebanon. Obviously, Hezbollah and the IDF have been at war with each other as well. We're looking at video from the IDF that they've been posting in recent days of some of the attacks they've been carrying out in Iran and Lebanon.
See, all of these ones, the YouTube streets is watching other live streams and seeing what's going on. Everybody in them YouTube streets need to be advocating for Plug, man. I'm telling y'all, we finna start doing these conversations. I'm trying to match with creators, have these convos. We can have debates, convos, sit downs, talks, cross promote. I need y'all in the YouTube streets advocating for me, man. I need y'all advocating for it. Matter of fact, I need somebody in the Discord to send out the emails for me, inviting people to the platform, man. Who in the Discord can send out some emails for me, man? What are we doing, chat?
Lebanon. Hal, Paul sends this question in. Is the U.S. not afraid that Iran is just using this time to mobilize their units for a more strategic attack?
That's something that we'll be watching very closely. And from an intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance perspective, what we call ISR, everything's going to be turned on during this period. We're going to be watching everything they do to see if they're using this period to, to dig out these collapsed entrance tunnels to these underground missile cities.
We'll have to see, because Iran can use this time to mobilize their units, but for sure America's going to be using this time to mobilize this unit. What kind of missiles were those, chat? All of the missiles that were supposed to be contingency plans for China are on the way to the Middle East. Most of that stockpile, I believe they're only leaving 500. Oh yeah, the JASSM-ER stealth cruise missiles. The U.S. is deploying nearly its entire inventory. So the Pentagon ordered the Pacific stockpile to be pulled at the end of March, and those missiles are being moved to CENTCOM bases, right? Those missiles are being moved to the CENTCOM bases.
We'll be watching that very closely. We'll be watching anything they do around their nuclear facilities. Certainly anything in and around the Strait of Hormuz, whether it's anti-ship missiles, small boats, midget submarines.
Yeah, to like other creators, Carlos, what I need somebody to do is email other creators from they got like 10,000 all the way to like 120,000 subscribers. Email them, invite them on to the show. That's what I need somebody to do for me. Email them, invite them on to the show, maybe do like a 30-minute to an hour-long talk, some shit like that.
Whatever. We're going to be watching that very, very closely. Twofold. Number one, to figure out if they're trying to set it up to go back to war again or do something, nefarious and surreptitious that could cause great harm. The second thing is we would like, if the ceasefire does collapse, we would like to be able to effectively target all of those assets in order to have the maximum effect in the shortest amount of time. So we'll be watching them very, very closely, but it's a real question is what's going to happen. My sense is that behind the scenes, the rumblings of that 80 to 90% of the Iranian population that's had it with the regime is fomenting.
That's what I'm saying, chat. Right now, we got the Strait of Hormuz open for 2 weeks, which it was open before we started this. Iran still hasn't given up the enriched uranium. They still don't seem like they want to give up the enriched uranium. They're asking for all sanctions to be lifted, the same sanctions that's been on since, the Bush era? Russia's, in the middle of their conflict. They're getting rich off of the situation. It's kind of like this. This shit's not good, chat. I don't understand. Like, no matter how we spin it up until this point, it's not good. It's not good.
And I have a feeling.
Oh, not to say, just before Trump came out today and announced the ceasefire, somebody put in a $52 million short on oil, turned that $52 million into $174 million in 3 hours. That's not insider trading. A $52 million short on oil? Crazy.
Feeling that something's going to pop up there. I don't think, despite the draconian actions that the regime took, killing tens of thousands of Iranian protesters in January and December, that feeling with the body politic around Iran has not gone away. And I have a feeling that that is going to surface here at some point. I'm just wondering how soon that'll happen.
Christian Daytalk is a White House reporter for the Washington Examiner. He says the White House has declined to outline the 10-point plan submitted by Iran. A statement by Caroline Leavitt says President Trump's words speak for themselves. This is a workable basis to negotiate, and those negotiations will continue. The truth is that President Trump and our powerful military got Iran to agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and negotiations will we'll continue. We'll wait to hear more from Secretary Hegseth and from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff tomorrow at a press conference as well. By the way, Reuters with this, saying Iranian state TV is claiming Trump had accepted Iran's terms for ending the war, describing it as a, quote, humiliating retreat by the U.S. president. Hal, your reaction to how the U.S. and Iran are characterizing this ceasefire?
You know, I will say this. President Trump does not take kindly to people who say things about him. Other presidents would have probably just kind of said, okay, I'm not going to worry about what they say. But President Trump, when words are said like that, he does tend to react. And I think that was a strategic error, certainly in their strategic communications, to use language like that. Describing this as a humiliating defeat for President Trump is a mistake. And I think it's a mistake that could turn into some kinetic action later on, or other types of action.
So, Chad, I was reading an article today about what is it? Dial a yield. Have y'all heard of dial a yield, Chad? Hold on, latest. Top. So basically, what I was reading was something about a leaked document that said in 2006, the Bush administration was already talking about stopping Iran's nuclear program. But it was 300 feet deep inside of the mountain what they were trying to get to, and they had already made the conclusions that regular missiles couldn't get there. So what the Bush administration was proposing allegedly was a dial-a-yield nuclear, I guess, bunker buster or whatever you want to call it. So you can actually dial the payload up or down, I'm guessing. And that's what they're saying they're floating right now on being used. You said they said it about Pakistan's nukes. Pakistan has dial-a-yield nukes too. Well, that's what they're saying is being proposed to use on Iran now. They said it's nothing new. Leaked information said that during the Bush administration it was already being floated.
They have seen what we can do with this.
I'm gonna try to pull up the article.
Rescuing our weapons systems officer that was downed, and how we can bring a lot of things to bear, and how we can get a lot of resources deep within Iran. So I kind of wonder what their thinking is. I'm believing that is some retrenched Revolutionary Guard Corps that can't clean up their own rhetoric for the greater good, and they're putting stuff like that out. But I think that's a real mistake for them to say stuff like that.
I think a big question a lot of people have here is what has to be done to prevent.
Here it goes. Here goes some info about it. Trying to collapse the Fordow facility 300 feet underground using earth-penetrating nuclear shockwaves. It's the B-6112 tactical dial-a-yield. It won't be a Hiroshima-style bomb. It'll be the B-6112 tactical dial-a-yield. And it's going to attack the Fordow facility 300 feet underground using earth-penetrating nuclear shockwaves. They're saying that that's probably the only way we for sure put an end to Iran's nuclear hopes.
Prevent us from being back in the same position in 2 weeks. Hormuz, of course, is a major piece of it, but what other major pieces of it are you looking at?
I'm looking at a lot of pieces, and I think the first thing is the strait has to be completely open, and we've got to see movement going through there, all right? Once movement's going through there, I think we're going to be looking very closely at what Iran has as far as assets in the area and how we can effectively target them should this thing not get extended, all right? The second thing is, even though the overt military operations against Iran will be in a cessation, I'm not thinking that the U.S. nor Israel are going to stop the covert operations behind the scenes. So there'll be a lot of things going on there as well during this 2-week period. Hopefully, Iran won't break the ceasefire. Hopefully, we won't see drone attacks and and ballistic missile attacks. One of the big questions is, what are the Houthis going to do down in Yemen? They've been making noise like they're going to block up the Bab.
Chat, what's crazy is I read that article that was talking about the B-6112 dollar-a-year nuclear gravity bomb. That was part of the 2006 Bush plan that was later rejected. All of those posts are gone. Like, all of them. Like, that shit was there earlier. Like, it's not, like, that shit's gone, bro. What? That's crazy.
and Strait and stop that vital waterway. 12% of the world's commerce goes through that Bab el-Mandeb Strait that leads up to the Suez Canal. And so there's a lot of concern that this strait opens, this other strait closes, and we're kind of back to where we were before with, one vital waterway kind of semi-open or semi-secure, and the other one being kind of semi-closed by this Iranian proxy group. So there's a lot of things we have to watch for, because I think this situation is still much more dynamic. I wouldn't, as we like to say in the Marine Corps, I wouldn't drop my pack anytime soon.
So let's go to Todd's question. Todd is asking, what constitutes a violation of this 2-week ceasefire, and what is the appropriate response to that violation?
That is an excellent question. And I'll give a very lawyerly response, and I'm not a lawyer, but I would say it depends. It really depends on what that violation would be, and whether we think that violation is a complete abrogation of the agreement that's in place, and that, we call a halt to the ceasefire and we go right back into the full kinetic effect, or whether it's a one-off or a mistake or something along those lines. One of the areas that gets into that really gray zone is terrorist attacks or attacks by the Iranian proxies. How are we going to judge those? How will we evaluate those? Today we had a series of bombs go off in Baghdad, right around the U.S. Embassy. Is that an Iranian attack? Is that something that's domestic up there? It's almost assuredly tied to the Popular Mobilization Front militias that are tied directly to Iran. So the question is, how are we going to treat that? What happens if they, try to blow up an embassy, or what if they kill a lot of Americans in a third country? What if there's a lot of scenarios out there, and it really just depends on how we interpret that. And was that a deliberate action by Iran to fight the war by other means? And if so, should we just drop all pretense and then call a halt?
Chat, I see a lot of the Democrats are pushing for them to invoke the 25th Amendment, chat. Should they invoke the 25th Amendment on Trump, chat? Yes or no, chat? Should they invoke the 25th Amendment on Trump, man?
Halt to the ceasefire and continue our kinetic action. A lot of discussion on that.
There was a lot of discussion this morning about what Trump posted earlier today, saying that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. The president sent that out on Truth Social earlier today. How, of course, now as things stand tonight, couldn't be any different. We're in a ceasefire that's been brokered now, but I got to ask you about the words he used. He said a whole civilization will die tonight. What's the use case for those types of words? Is it, brinkmanship? Would that be the word for something like that?
I will say this, that and the text that he wrote this weekend where he dropped the F-bomb in a text, I was a little taken aback by that. And I heard a number of anchors out there trying to report that and going, do I say this word on the air or not? That was rather surprising. But what I will say is this. One of the things that if you spend time in the Middle East, and this is going to sound strange, if you remember the character Corporal Klinger in MASH, he would always have these very flowery curses he would say.
Man,
there is a certain bit of truth to that in the Middle East.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about, Trey.
I didn't think it was presidential. Someone should step up to something like this. The optics are very important, and you really can't say you're going to wipe out an entire civilization.
A lot of this is propaganda. A lot of this are things that we've seen before. The U.S. was already in a hole, and this makes it infinitely worse.
Chat, everybody hit the like button, man. We got to get to 100 likes right quick, man. I don't know what's going on, chat. Double tap the screen for me, man. We have 59 likes. We have got to get to 100 likes before we hit the hour, man. Y'all know, we hit the like goals, we stay live longer. We don't hit the like goals, plug get the fuck off, man, and go to sleep. I'm not going to lie, man. It is what it is, chat.
Don't always believe what he says.
When he's threatening genocide?
I think he's threatening genocide. I think he's threatening to remove the Iranian regime.
What I hear on the panel is a lot of people being triggered by Trump. And I think that's what happens when someone with a backbone comes in and says, no, you know what, we're going to stand up to evil.
Here we are on the precipice of a nuclear holocaust because this baboon is in office and he's like, oh, Bibi, how can I make you happy? Can you please give me more money? Am I going to be a hero?
Expletive-laden Easter morning statement and the carnage it foreshadowed. And as I'll come to shortly, today he's gone even further and made things even worse. In just 48
Man, we'll watch.
Easter morning, the president managed to threaten Iran.
Man, come on, get to it.
If you don't take that extremely seriously and literally, then you're acting with unbelievable recklessness. And this is not the first state.
You said, dang, plug, smoke one. No, we got to hit the like goal, chat. We still 25 likes away from the next like goal. Double tap the screen, go to the top, hit the like button. We got to hit the like goals, man. We got to do something, man. We got to do something, man. You got to like the video. You got to comment. You got to do something, man. Let's have some fun here tonight, chat. Do you think Trump is a madman? Yes or no, chat? Madman or sane in the chat? Is Trump sane? Madman or sane in the chat? I'm going to be honest with you, chat. Trump shows flashes of being a complete and total madman. I'm just going to be honest with you, man. I already knew Trump didn't really care too much, man, but he has shown flashes of just being batshit fucking crazy. I'm not going to lie.
Statement that Trump has made that has suggested this. He was talking to reporters over the weekend and essentially saying that there'd be nothing off the table in terms of what he would do to Iran, what he would destroy. We're talking about civilizational annihilation. That's not my interpretation. That's literally what Trump himself said. And even if it turns out that doesn't happen.
You said Trump is a genius. A lot of y'all are saying thin line between the two. I'm going to say this, Tony. Trump not wrapped too tight, man. Trump not mad. Yeah, you saying, so you ask us, do they think they should make the vice president the president? Yes, that's what would happen. J.D. Vance would come in and take over. That is what happened. But I'm going to say this, Tony. I don't think any of them folks rap too tight, man. I don't think Trump rap too tight. I don't think Hegseth rap too tight. I don't think Kash Patel rap too tight. I don't think Netanyahu rap too tight. I don't think Zelensky rap too tight. I don't think Putin rap too tight. We know Kim Jong-un ain't rap too tight. Macron, don't think he's rap too tight. Keir Starmer, I don't know who, bro. I think all these people are batshit crazy, man. They're fucking crazy, bro.
He finds a way to get out of it this time. He postpones the deadline again. The fact that we have an American president in the middle of a war threatening to annihilate permanently a thousands-year-old civilization over a country that did not attack the United States, has never attacked the American homeland, has not tried, is one of the most disturbing and morally reprehensible things I've ever heard an American president say. And the last point I'll just make is that, you know, we're so inured as Americans, and even in Great Britain and parts of Europe, to war, where we fight wars so often, so frequently. It's kind of like a natural state of affairs that, oh, which country?
Man, Caroline living crazy as a motherfucker too, man. They crazy. H. Buster, man, these folks crazy, man. Listen, I'm going to tell you, H. Buster, man, these folks ain't right, man. A lot of this ruling class, man, the establishment, man, the ones fighting for big government, the ones fighting for total control, mass surveillance, no privacy rights, stealing your health care, saying fuck child care. These people aren't right, H. Buster. These people aren't right, bro. And it's like the shit that should click in their heads, bro, is so far gone. These people are so out of touch with reality, with the average American, that you would not believe it, H. Buster. You would not believe how out of touch these people are.
we're going to go to war with. There's a reason we say war is a last resort. It's not like a cliche. It's supposed to be the highest human moral mandate. And it's because things like this can spiral out of control very quickly in ways that people didn't predict and didn't plan. It does things to human beings, war does, that make them act in all sorts of extraordinarily destructive ways. And we are at a moment of grave danger simply by the fact that Trump issued this threat, let alone whether he follows through.
Yeah, I meant to...
What do you mean? Why is it crazy when you put your foot down? Threatening to take a whole civilization off the face of the earth, man. It's not putting your foot down, man. That shit's crazy. That's just crazy, man. We already know that if the shit goes on, it's probably the end of the world as we know it. That shit's crazy, man. Honestly.
I'm sorry, Rob O'Neill has also joined us, former US Navy SEAL, of course. He killed Osama bin Laden. For some reason, your name didn't appear earlier, Rob, but probably because we elevated you to a VIP level of panel member, given your service to your country. So my apologies. Let me go to you, Rob, because both you and Ryan obviously have served in combat. In fact, only last night I was watching a riveting Netflix documentary about the raid to kill Osama bin Laden, and of course you were the man who finally pulled the trigger that killed him. So you are the best person imaginable to ask about several things that have happened in the last few days. Let's start with a big positive, which was the...
Come on, Chad, we got 8 minutes to get 25 likes, Chad. Everybody double tap the screen, shut a live out. Hit the like button. You said, what do I think the Roman Vatican did? Oh, they was crazy too, Darian. I'm just gonna be honest with you, Darian. Motherfuckers are crazy, Darian. The ruling class is crazy. Crazy as a motherfucker, man. I'm talking about so out of touch, Damien. So out of touch, man. You know how when you're driving down the street and you just hit mosquitoes, bugs, flies and shit, you kill them and keep going? That's what the ruling class thinks about us, man. That they don't. When was the last time you thought about how many flies and bugs you hit on the front of your car? You don't. You just watch the motherfucker. You don't even give it a second thought. Flies in the grill. Kill them and keep going.
Incredible rescue mission to get this colonel who had obviously crash landed, and then there was a hunt to get him. The more detail I read about this, Rob, the more incredible it becomes. What did you make of this operation?
Yeah, this was a rescue of a downed aviator and or air crew like we've never seen before. Just the amount of assets that we had. What was unique about this, though, is we're able to see exactly where they are pretty much all the time. There's other air assets, other intelligence assets in the air watching. When they're hit and they eject, obviously it must have been at high altitude. I don't know the exact details of the elevation, but they separated by a couple miles. And at that point, everything stops and they need to find him. So they ended up going in with the Tier 1 unit with SEAL Team 6, and they flew in some C-130s with a lot of people. The guerrilla package is what it is. And that, I mean, they can do pretty much stuff. They're at a forward operating base that they made there on an airfield. There's other stuff they could be doing there, too, because it was a few days on the ground. I'm not sure what it was, but I know with that many people, that many assets, you know, they're in there. The pilot did a great job with the encryption and the survival rate.
I want to know this, too, Chad. So we see that natural diamonds have hit an all-time low, and a lot of people used to keep their wealth inside of diamonds. Now, I know gold is the end-all, be-all, but we see gold prices skyrocketing off the news of this ceasefire. We see oil prices going down. Stock markets are back up as well. But we see diamonds at an all-time low, Chad. I wonder, did people lose a lot of money? Did they lose a lot of money in their diamonds?
Radio that he did have, because it's sending encryption stuff. I don't want to get too much into it. He evaded a lot of counterintelligence with the 3-letter agencies in there, and then the pilot get into a spot not moving. When people are in a major stress like that, distressed as well, they have a tendency to run away from things. It's best to find high ground and let the good guys come to you, which he did. Good on him, because he's hurt, he's wounded, he's bleeding, making it to the high ground and then not falling for any of the tricks. Hats off to everybody. So much going on, a lot more than the time we have today, but for the men and women involved with all of this, seeing what will, I've seen it firsthand, the assets that we will use to get a single American back says a lot about our country. It also delivers a message that when we want to go anywhere in the world, the United States can do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought that was an astonishing rescue mission. I read the full New York Times account of it, and honestly, it was breathtaking. And I give great credit to Donald Trump for sending in literally the whole kitchen sink to rescue this guy, and they got him out with no loss of life on the...
I mean, I'm biased too, Loki. Like, I'm biased against big government. I'm biased against big tech. I'm biased against the damn deep state. Like, I'm biased too. Everybody has their biases, Loki. My bias just doesn't lie against Democrat or Republican. My bias is against the fucking establishment. Empty promises. Year after year. Election after election. Empty fucking promises. While our privacy rights are being siphoned. At this point, they're not even being siphoned anymore. They're just being taken. It's over with. It's done.
American side. Incredible. But it begs the question, Rob, and I'd be very interested in what you feel about this. Trump could have taken a victory lap over that, and everyone would have applauded. Trump could take a victory lap over Artemis, and everyone can applaud this astounding achievement we're watching of human beings going further than they've ever gone before in space. These are two great American achievements.
And everybody's like, oh, if you're not doing anything bad, why do you need privacy? Laws change every fucking day. Shit changes every day. Some shit that used to be okay, guess what? It's not. It's not. Shit is crazy, bro. And that's how they get you. They get you into the system by, oh, it's all good. I don't commit any crime. You weren't committing crime till they changed the fucking law. Now you are committing crime. And now you feel like you're justified in a crime that you're committing because it's been legal your whole life. Speaking out. Freedom of speech been legal your whole life. You gave up your fucking privacy and all of that. Now they take your freedom of speech away and they see everything. We just heard about the ghost murmur, right? The ghost murmur where they said that they found the pilot. They can see your heartbeat from 40 miles away. Heartbeat from 40 miles away. Where are you going to run? Where are you going to hide? These folks just told us that they found the pilot off of his heartbeat. Where are you going to hide? Oh, I'm going to live off the grid. I'm going to go out here and do this. Man, I just told you they can hear your heartbeat from 40 miles away.
What most of the world is talking about are two posts on social media by Donald Trump. One in which he says, open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. And the other one, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want it to happen, but it probably will. And, I've known Donald Trump 20 years. He's always shot from his mouth. He's always shot from the hip. He says, he's a trash-talking New York real estate guy. Okay. But now he's the leader of the free world. He's the president of the United States. He's the commander-in-chief of the American military. Would you have felt comfortable if you were still serving with the commander-in-chief posting like that?
I have to be honest, Piers. I went to Truth Social to see if they were actually posted. I didn't think it was presidential, and I know that it's very difficult to be around President Trump and tell him something you disagree with. I know the man. I've had dinner at the White House with him. But someone should step up to something like this. The optics are very important, and you really can't say you're going to wipe out an entire civilization. You're already teetering on what rules the Geneva Convention has, and you start talking about if you're hitting a vital infrastructure for civilian survival, that's against the Geneva Convention. You can't do it. Now, if it's dual purpose, which a lot of these people do, that's for a lot of the higher ups to decide. But I don't think it's proper to get on social media and say you're going to wipe out an entire civilization like that. It's one of the, look, you know he's angry. He's mad at NATO. He's mad at our so-called allies for not helping, and he's yelling at his phone. You need to take a deep breath and realize you're the commander in chief of the military. You're the leader of the free world, the most powerful man in the free world. There's something just shouldn't be said, even if you want to. For me, it's one of those things, and trust me, as someone on social media who, the next day wakes up and says, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Yeah, there is a time to type something up or even handwrite a letter, put it in a drawer and forget about it. If it doesn't bother you in 24 hours, it shouldn't be put out to the world. I think as the top boss in the military, inappropriate.
Yeah, I completely agree. Stay with me, panel. We'll come to the other members for their response to this in a second.
Well, when you put everything into consideration, when you put out the draft letter that Pakistan posted, Pakistan saying we want to intervene and make a 2-week ceasefire, but at the first time they posted it, it said draft on it. We sent it to them. Let's put that in consideration. Set that to the side. Put that in your pocket right quick, skinny man. And now we're going to pull this one out of our other pocket. A $54 million short on oil fucking 2.5-3 hours before the ceasefire is announced. Made $174 million in 3 hours. Come on, man. We see what the fuck is going on, man.
Just joining me now briefly is Ro Khanna, Democratic congressman in California. Ro Khanna, welcome back to Uncensored. I mean, to even hear Rob O'Neill, a highly...
Keep telling y'all, Chad, this is the greatest rug pull in history, man. It's going to be the greatest rug pull. This will go down as the largest rug pull in history. The rug pull of the Americas. The rug pull of the Americas will go down as the largest rug pull in world history.
Decorated U.S. Navy SEAL, obviously the man who killed Osama bin Laden, even he is very uncomfortable with the language being used here. I think that is a view shared by many in the American military. Why is Donald Trump doing this? Who is he appealing to with this kind of language?
Well, Donald Trump needs to be removed from office, even if this is a threat. And he doesn't plan on following.
Man, where the hell is the panel at? I'm not trying to listen to Ro Khanna talk, bro. I'm just not, bro. I'm going to be honest with you. Ro Khanna, appreciate you doing all the work on the Epstein files, getting people accountable, but I'm not trying to listen to you, money.
That's what he meant by a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. He's not just threatening the regime or the IRGC. He is being very specific that this will involve the removal of the entire civilization in Iran. That is genocide. That is a war crime.
I guess I would think that what President Trump is doing now, don't always believe what he says. Because he says different things.
Chat, we did not hit the like goal. We have to hit the like goal. Everyone double tap the screen right now. Go to the top and hit the like button. We hit the first hour and did not hit 100 likes. That's crazy. We're in the second hour and we're not at 100 likes, man. Y'all know I will get off this shit, man.
I think he's threatening genocide. I think he's threatening to remove the Iranian regime.
He doesn't say that.
Well, I think that that's what he's talking about. He's removing the Iranian regime.
Why doesn't he say that?
If you look at the press conference that he gave yesterday, what did he say? We are now negotiating with new Iranians. We are now negotiating with the new Iranians.
Who he's now threatening to kill, along with every other Iranian tonight at 1 o'clock in the morning, English time, 8 o'clock Eastern time. I mean, he couldn't be less ambiguous.
Oh, Natasha, you just tap your screen 2 times or you go to the top and hit the 3 dots and look for the like button. Thank y'all. We're 3 likes away from 100. Chat, do y'all think Trump made the right decision today by calling for the ceasefire, chat? Yes or no in the chat. Did Trump make the right decision today?
Ambiguous if he tried. It couldn't be more crystal clear.
I understand you don't like the words. But let me just ask you, in 24 hours...
How could anybody like the words? I mean, all due respect, Katie McFarland, explain to me who would like these words and why you would like them. Do you like them?
No, of course I don't like them. But the point is not whether I like them or not. It's whether the Iranian regime believes them. Do they believe it's a legitimate and credible...
I think Trump did make the right decision today. I think it's a step in the right direction. I hope these talks do remain. because we have a lot riding on this. If that infrastructure blows, Chad, that's 90 million people without power. That's hospitals that are gonna have to go to their emergency generators, relying on diesel. They'll run out of that in probably 2 days. Thousands of people will die. We're talking about mass famine in Africa, mass famine in South Asia. Yeah, Chad, it's gonna be fucking bad. I'm glad he didn't do it. I hope that they can come to the table and get a deal done.
They don't. They've already come out and said they're now stopping all negotiation with the Americans over these posts. They want nothing to do with them. They're not negotiating. And in fact, they're coming out now saying we're more than happy to give our lives for our country and our cause, which, of course, many people understand that is what the Iranian regime ideology is all about, right? So why would this kind of threat ever work? And also, what happens if we get to 8 p.m. tonight Eastern and Trump doesn't follow through with his threat? Then he's the boy. Then he's the boy that cried wolf. Then he's the emperor with no clothes. So I don't see how this works on any level. Either he commits a...
You said, do you know who our leaders are? Well, hell, according to all the disclosures we've been getting over the last month, nobody's been covering, it's looking like it might be fucking aliens or demons. It might be aliens out of the ocean or damn interdimensional being, which I'm going to say is demons, man. If you want to know what I think, that's what it's sounding like right now.
...to genocide and will be damned for eternity and probably start World War III, or he doesn't do it, the Iranians ignore his threats, and Trump is made to look impotent as a leader. How does this work as a victory for him? I don't get it.
I think you've just made your point. That Iran, you've talked about the leadership of Iran, you talked about the martyrdom they want. How do you feel if Iran has nuclear weapons? You know, there's a cost to doing nothing. There's a cost to
I don't want them to have it, but my understanding of that issue is that we were told last summer, after the 12-day war, that all threat of a nuclear weapon being developed by Iran had been taken out. Now, within 10 months, we're told we now have to threaten world war.
You said calm down, bro. If you feeding the machine, now I definitely believe in demons. I definitely believe demons are real, and I definitely believe it's a lot of advanced technology. I believe that a lot of this advanced technology is not coming from science and development. I don't believe that. I believe advanced technology is being handed off, and if you want to know the deal, I probably shouldn't say this. It's probably gonna get my fucking chat flag, but I think Lockheed Martin got a lot to fucking do with it, because they got all of the developments coming in, man. It's something to do, it's some shit going on. I'm gonna just say it like that.
War III to stop them getting a nuclear weapon that we were told only 10 months ago we had stopped them getting. All the enriched uranium is buried deep below the ground. Most military experts I've heard talk about this say there's no way to get it without committing ground troops, which could lead to catastrophic losses on the American side. So again, I ask, how does any of this stop Iran anyway from developing nuclear weapons? If we're not going to get the enriched uranium without blowing up the entire population, explain to me how we stop them developing a nuke.
Well, what you just said is that you're willing to live with a nuclear Iran. I am not willing to live with a nuclear Iran.
I didn't say that.
For the very reason that you've just said. Well, you said we can't find the enriched uranium. How do you know we can't find the enriched uranium? You know, one of the problems that President Trump saw is that when we thought we'd obliterated everything, and what did the Iranians do the very next day? They started rebuilding. I taught nuclear weapons at MIT in the 1980s. What do you need for a nuclear weapon? You need three things. You need highly enriched uranium, which we know they've got. We're not sure where it all is. We don't know if they've already destroyed it all. You need a plan to take that highly enriched uranium and turn it into a bomb. And then you need a missile to deliver that nuclear weapon. What was Iran? So they've got the missiles. We've just seen that they've demonstrated they have the reach to reach Europe from Iran. We know they've got highly enriched uranium, and we're pretty sure they've got the...
I'm going to be honest with you, Chad. I believe that this is not the first advanced civilization. I believe that there were advanced civilizations prior to us. I believe that they were at least at this point or further along. When we talk about it, just even going back to the text and everything, and when you put the text and you just look at what the fuck is going on now, Chad, and how I was breaking down how X is working now. Yesterday, you remember when I was breaking down that post on X about how no matter what country you're in, what language you speak, now you can communicate directly through the platform X, it's like you can have a whole long post and X gonna automatically translate it for the next person. And now we have this form of media that's completely different to what it was 5 years ago, last election cycle. I don't know, Chad. I think it's some shit going on.
The blueprint that's going to pull it all together. So they're close to a nuclear weapon. If the United States waits until after they have a
Yeah, not even just the Egyptians. I believe the Egyptians had something going on, but even not even just the Egyptians, Chad. I mean, fuck, how do I say it, bro? I'm trying to say it, bro. They're gonna, y'all know what term they're gonna say it, man. Man, listen, man. Shit, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to word this shit, Chad, to where I don't get my channel taken down, man. There's one country in the world that they say has the most advanced technology, right? They've been saying this over a long period of time. Maybe said country is also saying that they are the chosen people, right? I'm just saying, man, maybe they getting the tech, man. Maybe it's some shit going on that, you know what I mean? I don't know.
nuclear weapon, can you imagine the blackmail that Iran would do, not just to the region, but to the world?
Okay, let me bring in Cenk Uygur. I mean, Cenk, I was pretty horrified when I saw the post today. I was pretty horrified when I saw the post on Easter Sunday, to be honest with you. I just thought it was so inappropriate. And, you know, I always have an allowance for Trump to do a bit of trash talking. I don't like it when he trash talks about people who've just died. I think that's inappropriate and wrong. I wish he wouldn't do it. This is a whole different level of trash talking. This is basically threatening public brazen genocide. That's what he's doing. There is no defense for this, but I just find it astonishing that there are any people prepared to defend it.
See, that's the thing. We saying China, yeah, we saying China is more advanced, but that's to the public. See, we're not taking into consideration that when that pilot got rescued, the United States just unveiled some tech that nobody in the world knew existed. Nobody in the world knew you could be tracked by your heartbeat from 40 miles away. So we can say China's the most advanced. That's probably the tech that they're letting us see. I'm talking about the shit that they not letting us see. The shit that we couldn't even fathom. I couldn't even imagine somebody hearing my heartbeat from 40 miles away. That was an invention I wouldn't even have thought of. And they got shit like that. I'm pretty sure every country has shit like that.
Yeah. So I think what Katie McFarland was just saying is absurd.
Hey, a snowy man says, when did you start taking estrogen? You mentioned it on a previous live stream. You took it one day to help with the transition. That joke didn't hit. It didn't hit at all. Hold on, what's your name? A snowy man. Where I'm from, when people call themselves snowy and shit like that, it means they're on a whole lot of, you know what I mean? A whole lot of powder. You might have fell off in this bitch a little too high, a snowy man. I'm gonna need you to lay off that shit, man. You probably been on a binge 3-4 fucking days, man. You probably burping beer and shit still, man. Just chill out, a snowy man. I don't know. If you came in here and you concocted all of that shit up in your mind, you might need to reevaluate what the fuck you have going on, man. Like, I can only imagine what your bedspread smells like, man. I'm talking about that. I can only imagine what those sheets and that pillowcase smells like over there, man. If that's what you come in my chat talking about, bro, I can only fucking imagine what that bedspread smells like.
And listen to what she said. She said, what if the Iranians get a nuke? First of all, preposterous. They don't have any ability to deliver that enriched uranium. She knows it. This is all about regime change. It's for Israel. We all know that. In fact, Israel has nukes, and they're a super dangerous country. Ben-Gvir on TV just yesterday was joking around about nuking Iran and how he would like to do that. So, and she says, oh my God, can you imagine if the Iranians had nukes, they might want to wipe out our entire civilization. That's what Trump just said. Trump is, like you said earlier, Piers, he's talking like a terrorist. So this is the Israelification of our policy. They're pro-genocide. We're not pro-genocide. We're the good guys. And so this is unbearable. This is Look, I reach out to all voters, including Trump voters, all the time. I'm the last person to rub it in and go, ha ha, you made a mistake. I love it when people come to the right side. I'm the guy who said Marjorie Taylor Greene, Massey, and Tucker Carlson would do the right thing on war and Iran, and I'm relieved to see that they did, and I really appreciate it. But guys, this is why I was forced to vote for 3 corporate Democrats I can't stand, because the alternative was this madman, Donald Trump. He's always been a madman. He's always been a spoiled child. His father gave him 400.
Chat, at this point in the administration, who would you rather see finish out this term? Trump or J.D. Vance, chat? Who would you rather see finish out this term, Trump or J.D. Vance?
$1 million and he blew it. And then his second daddy, Jeff Zucker, gave him $400 million through The Apprentice and he blew that. So when he gets into this quagmire, he just said yesterday, he didn't think that they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz. We all knew they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz. How could you not know that? So he gets frustrated. He got talked into it by Israel. So now he can't find a way out. And so he starts screaming into the abyss like a spoiled child. Give me what I want or I'll destroy you. And I'll take my ball and go home, except I'll nuke you first. This is disgusting talk. And look, I think there is a third alternative to what you just said. There's a possibility, Piers, that he's threatening to blow up the power plants and the bridges and to nuke them or do whatever he's madman talk that he's doing. And then he's instead going to put in ground troops and go, ha ha, I'm so clever.
I believe that too, Frank.
You were expecting the bombing, but I put in ground troops instead. But we didn't want ground troops. None of these choices are good. We shouldn't be in this war in the first place. There's nothing but disastrous choices for us. And of course, meanwhile, Israel is laughing and laughing because, number one, they want a mess and chaos in Iran so that it debilitates them and they can't fund Hamas and Hezbollah. And number two, they have the Leviathan pipeline now. It is a giant gas field. So if we bomb Iran's gas fields and they bomb the Gulf gas fields, the number one winner economically is Israel. So they can't wait for this kind of death and destruction. He should have, he fired Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi. He should have fired all the Israel First advisors that are surrounding him, which is literally everyone at the White House.
Okay.
Clean house, get Americans in there, not people serving a different country, and especially a genocidal country like Israel. That's why you get the kind of talk that you're seeing today.
Okay, but the only bigger...
And by the way, one more thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's whether he does it or not, the mere fact of saying that America would destroy an entire civilization and commit genocide or a Holocaust like this puts a moral stain on us. We cannot bear that moral stain. We're supposed to be the good guys. This kind of language, even if he doesn't follow through on it, is a terrible mark on America, and we shouldn't tolerate it.
Okay.
What do you mean Hassan and Chinka's family? They related? For real?
I'm a bit concerned about you, Chink. You're losing your voice. I'm not sure the American people could suffer that blow at this particular time.
Don't worry, if Katie says one more thing, I'll show you what voice I have
I'm just
left.
worried if you do one of your regular blow-ups, this could be it. We could have the silencing of Cenk Uygur in real time. Let me come to Ryan, Max Afterburner. Max, what do you feel about this? I mean, you've served in combat. You're a U.S. Air Force combat pilot. I presume you would share Rob's view and my view that the rescue mission was unbelievable, incredible heroism, both by the pilot and by the teams that went to get him. It was remarkable. But rather than talking about that, we're all talking about this threat from Donald Trump. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, good to see you, Pierce. Good to see everybody else as well. So I think Rob would agree with this. There's never a good time in the middle of the night to come face to face with a Navy SEAL unless you're the weapons systems officer getting rescued. So overall, just a great operation. I'm so proud of all the rescue forces and the Wizzo himself. And again, what a great day for America, getting that aviator back safe. But the thing I want to talk about that I want to highlight and add some context to everybody talking about a whole civilization will die tonight. If we just go to the bottom of that truth post, it says 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So as you can see right there, he's not saying he's going to have a genocide on the people of Iran. What he's saying is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps that took over 47 years ago is who he's focused on eradicating. And remember, he's dealing with terrorists. This is a terrorist regime. So for 10 years, I studied the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in back vaults for the U.S. Air Force. And we always knew this is what they were going to throw at the end game of this war, which are terrorist proxy tactics. So that's going to be the first brief that President Trump got from General Raisin Kane is, hey, look, at the end of this, when their military is decimated, their Navy is decimated, they're going to rely on proxy tactics to cause pain on the global economy in the Straits of Hormuz. And so we're seeing that play out. Now, could the president have used some different choice words instead of a whole civilization? Maybe that can be taken out of context. So yeah, he could have changed that.
I mean, seriously,
Yeah,
Max,
but
look, I
if you
appreciate you translating the president's words into
Yeah, well, it
a
doesn't even need to be
far
translated,
more
Pierce.
benign wording.
Well,
but the reality is, had he
it's-
started by saying, I want to get rid of this IRGC regime,
Yeah.
okay, that's one thing, all right? But he didn't. He used the words, a whole civilization will die tonight.
Right, that could be taken out of context.
You might have wanted him to say what you've just articulated, and if he'd said that, there wouldn't be the outrage there is. But he didn't say that.
Well, he did at the end. He brings it home
No,
and
he says at
he
the end
cleans it up.
something that is completely contradictory
Oh,
to what he
my
said at the start,
God.
which is classic Trump in this war. You know, one
Well, I
of the
think you
things,
gotta interpret
as
both
you know,
pieces,
sure, I mean,
Peters. You
I would
gotta
say
look
to
at
you,
both sections.
Max, I would say to you, but should I call you Max or Ryan, by the way?
Ryan's fine.
Ryan, you know, look, when you were serving, right, to have a commander-in-chief sending such mixed messages all the time, in real time, publicly, right? I mean, this is not good for anyone serving in the United States.
And I can understand why it's
military.
confusing. But the art of war, so that's one of the tactics that has been used in military operations for thousands of years. The art of war is you keep them guessing. You don't want to tell the Iranian regime when this war is going to end. You don't want to tell them what's coming next. You don't want to tell them what you will or won't strike. So deception is a huge part of warfare, and that's something that's hard for the civilian population to understand. But at the end of the day, you're dealing with a terrorist regime. So you have to sometimes fight fire with fire.
Okay. Before I come back to Glenn, I wanted just to ask Rob O'Neill something that Tucker Carlson also said. He publicly urged United States military and Pentagon officials to actively defy Trump and refuse orders if he attempts to launch nuclear weapons against Iran.
If you work in the White House or in the U.S. military, now is time to say no, absolutely not, and say it directly to the president, no. In case you're thinking about using some weapon of mass destruction against the population of Iran, in whose name we liberated Iran, we killed their religious leader for their benefit. Do you remember that? This was last month.
All right, chat. I need everyone to hit the like button. Double tap the screen, go to the top, hit the like button, man. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Do you think Iran will be free after this conflict? Chat, free or not free in the comments. Do you think Iran will be free or not free after this conflict?
Those people who are in direct contact with the president need to say no.
What do you feel about that, Rob? I mean, the idea that people serving at high level in the military or at the Pentagon would defy an instruction from the commander-in-chief to launch a nuclear weapon.
Well, I mean, that's not going to happen. Those are, they're going to have to be, there'll need to be lawful orders. And the whole thing with deciding what order is lawful is completely against the uniform code of military justice. Never happened. Plus, if you notice, he didn't say nuclear weapons. We do have weapons more powerful than nuclear weapons. People are going to get wrapped up in that 80s style of Russia versus the United States. But we have stuff there. And just other things you got to consider. Yes, the Truth Social is social media, and he's using it sort of as a bargaining chip. You got to figure, look at the amount of time we had tier 1 operators on the ground. Who's to say we didn't get the uranium already? I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we do. It's not just shoot from the hip. We have very talented people doing a lot of talented stuff. Yes, he's doing stuff with the negotiations. I mean, I don't think when you're banking on the entire population to rise up to get rid of the Islamists is the way to say you're going to wipe out an entire civilization. But you know, different words. Yes, he always goes a little bit further, saying, okay, we're going to take Greenland. We're going to take Greenland. It's okay. Maybe we'll have a few bases in Greenland. He's going to take the long shot, but then back off. I just saying you're going to wipe out a civilization. Bad choice of words, I think.
But I was really struck. I was really struck. For example, you know, the biggest mission in modern American history post Second World War is the mission that you were on to kill Osama bin Laden. In terms of the importance, I think, to Americans. and to the country and to the people to finally see him get justice for what he did on 9/11. It was an incredible.
You said what is considered free? Well, really, they call them a murderous, terrorist, Islamic regime. They want the women to be able to not have to wear the headdresses. They want the women to not, to be able to be looked at as equals and I guess just free.
Mission. But what was the theme of that mission? Utter secrecy. Absolutely everybody involved, tiny number of people at the White House knew about it. Very small number of people in the military knew about it, even though all you top-level guys were all being brought together. Highly unusual for that to happen. But there was a wall of secrecy because people...
You said you wear your headdress. Well, you free to choose to wear your headdress. If you're in America, you can choose to wear it or you can choose not to wear it. Certain countries, like, it's not an option. So
people understood that careless words cost lives, the famous World War II thing. Here with Trump, we have the complete opposite. He just spews out all this stuff like a machine gun, a verbal machine gun all day long. And I don't understand how any of that helps. I don't think it's duping the enemy. I don't think the Iranians take any of it that seriously. I just don't understand why he feels the need to do this.
Well, I mean, I don't think he's giving away any secrets. Everything is extremely close held. It's hard for me to find out any information about who's involved in anything, and that's talking with sources in Washington D.C. in Congress. They're keeping it very compartmentalized. And the Bin Laden raid's one thing. We can't tell anybody because if we even tell the host nation, because Pakistan was involved with that, they're going to run him to safety. Stuff like this, we knew they were shot down. Now we didn't know there were two pilots there until someone in the Pentagon leaked it. Someone close by.
See, y'all are missing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you can't be in the UK or the US and choose to wear your headdress. What I'm saying is, over there, women can't just walk outside on the street without a headdress. Right? That's what I'm saying. So over there, it's kind of not a choice. Like, yes, if you're not there in certain countries, you can have the choice to wear it if you want to not wear it if you want to. There are other countries where it is the culture that shit. Your ass come outside and you ain't got the headdress on, something bad's gonna happen to you.
So they're not giving away stuff they're doing right now. I mean, even with Carg Island, who's to say if we're going to take it completely? Which I mean, who knows now? We could. The United States could. We could take all the oil and keep it. So I don't think he's giving away secrets. I mean, appropriately having fun with it, inappropriately having fun with it, I guess is what I'd say.
Glenn Greenwald, I mean, it seems to me that if you look at what Putin has done in Ukraine, if you look at what China is believed to want to do in Taiwan, for example, the moral authority that Cenk Uygur talked about is incredibly important here. If America cedes any moral high ground whatsoever by openly threatening genocide as Trump has done today, whether he meant it or not, the fact he's gone on record as saying it, how can America, when another nation commits an act which they view as morally reprehensible, how can they play the moral card with it going forward?
Well, we can, and it wasn't just just today. It was long before this. There have been American hawks who have gone to Europe and warned people in Europe that the reason China is rising so greatly and in displacing Americans in all the regions where we used to be dominant, like Africa and Latin America, is because the world perceives that the Americans and the United States government is a bully and just uses military force and war and weapons anytime it feels like, whereas China was able to rise to a world power even though they haven't fought a war in 48 years.
See, this the thing, y'all saying bull crap, you can go outside without your job. I'm not saying you're going to get arrested. I'm saying something's going to happen to you, like the men are going to do something to you. Like, some men don't play that shit. Yes, you might go outside without your job and have a fine experience, or you might go outside without your job and get decked in the fucking back of your head, man. Beat the fucking sleep out there. Let's be honest.
last word they
okay.
fought was 1979. That was a 1-month border dispute with Vietnam, and yet we're fighting wars constantly, and now with the American president threatening civilizational annihilation. And I don't think we need to sit here and like dissect the Truth Social post as though it's like some hieroglyphic from ancient civilization and we have to decipher what it really means. Trump has repeatedly made statements like this. As you said, on Easter, he vowed to destroy every power plant in Iran and every bridge in Iran. That wouldn't just affect the regime, that would destroy the lives of millions of people who are in Iran, people that were supposedly there to represent. And I just want to add one last point, which is it's so bizarre to have to sit here and listen to people like Katie McFarland say, oh, we have to go to war to stop the
Oh, you said it is illegal, technically, Carlos, but they just don't enforce it. Okay, so technically, according to Carlos, it is still illegal for women not to wear their headdress in Iran. But maybe they don't enforce it. There are some, more progressive areas of Iran that are opposed to the regime. But your ass go out there without it, you're subject to the culture. And the culture is a little different than it is here. We'll put it that way. The culture is a little different. Like, I have Muslim friends, females, that are Muslim, and they've been grown up Muslim their whole lives, but they don't wear their headdress. They choose not to.
them from getting a nuclear weapon when these were the same exact people who said the same exact thing about Saddam Hussein, that we had to go to war because Saddam Hussein was going to get a nuclear weapon and pass it to Al-Qaeda and they were going to detonate it, all of which turned out to be lies, and they just come back like none of it ever happened. And even this rescue mission, like I'm glad the pilot was rescued, but I do think we have to be a little bit aware as well that there's a lot of propaganda disseminated in war. We were told at the very start of the war, you may remember this, that there was this soldier named Jessica Lynch who heroically fought off Iraqi fighters and gunned a bunch of them down and was finally taken and tortured in a hospital, and U.S. forces rescued her in a daring raid, none of which turned out to be true. The media told this story over and over.
Oh, just so y'all know, I don't give a damn what they do in Iran. I'm one of those people, chat. I'm just asking you guys' opinion because this is an open chat. If y'all want to know my opinion, leave them folks alone. That's a holy war. It's been going on for thousands of years. I don't even know why the fuck we over there, man. When it comes to Zelensky and Ukraine, everybody's like, hey, listen, Ukraine's not in NATO, man. It is what it is, man. If y'all just want my honest to God truth, I think we should mind our fucking business.
So a lot of this is propaganda. A lot of this are things that we've seen before. And we do have a major problem even before Trump started with these insane threats, not just in this Truth Social post. And we didn't just threaten it. We have blown up their bridges, which obviously affects the population. We've blown up their refineries that poisons their air and water. These are things we're actually doing. And the U.S. was already in a hole morally and geostrategically, which is why China is rising, because countries would rather deal with them. And this makes it infinitely worse, even if Trump doesn't follow through on these monstrous threats.
Yeah, I mean, Casey McFarland, I remember the Donald Trump campaign.
Chat, everybody hit the like button for me. Double tap that screen, go to the top, hit the like button. We got to get to 200 likes before we hit the next hour. Yes, we should focus on our own country. We do have a lot going on in our own country. We have the Constitution being tested right now. We have a lot going on with the midterms that's coming out. We have Bill Gates about to testify about the Epstein files. We have the new AG saying the Epstein files are closed. So yeah, our country has a lot going on right now. A lot going on.
To be elected in 2024, who couldn't have been clearer. He was going to stop taking America into these Middle Eastern wars. He thought.
Matter of fact, chat, an AI company was just granted permission to to prescribe psychiatrics. An AI company was just approved to prescribe psychiatrics. This shit is going on right now. We got the data center problem. We got the homeless problem. We got every YN is off perks. We got all kind of problems going on, man. We got all kind of problems going on. Not to mention the graduating youth right now. What the fuck are they gonna do? The fuck are the graduating youth are gonna do? Go to college for 4 years, get in an exorbitant amount of debt, only to not be able to find a job? Job placement for computer science, IT right now is like less than 20% out of school. It's like less than 20% right now. What the fuck are we gonna tell these kids? Because we can't tell them to do what we've been doing. We can't tell them to follow the script. That script is done. It's finito. It's finished. It's over with. We got Lowe's, Home Depot pouring millions into getting trades right now. I think Lowe's just announced $250 million to help people get trades. It's fucking done. Dell just laid off, 15,000, Oracle 30,000, Block 4,000. It's done. Oh, go be a lawyer. That's done. The lawyers are using AI, and AI is just fucking up and getting them caught. But it's going to get to a point to where AI is going to be indistinguishable from a lawyer. They just did a root canal with AI and robotics, a 3-hour procedure in 15 minutes. Don't go be a fucking dentist. The fundamentals have shifted completely. Those days are done.
They were ruinous for the economy. They were ruinous on life. He just didn't understand them. He kept telling us how he thought Iraq had been a terrible mistake, and he wanted to stop all this. This was America First, meant looking after American interests in America. And my God, there are lots of stuff that he could be doing to improve the lives of Americans right now. And he made a good start. He shut the southern border. I thought that was an excellent thing to do after what happened under Biden for 4 years. But ever since now, it seems like he's been on.
So that's what we're going to tell our kids, Diddley? That's the advice that we're actually about to give our children. Hit the like button, chat. We got to get to the next like goal, man. We're 2 likes away from 150. That's what we're going to tell our children. Adapt or be left behind. That's the advice I'm supposed to give my kids. Adapt or be left behind. That's all I got for you. That's all I got for you. Adapt or be left behind. We're cooked. We got to figure it out. We have to figure it out. I just watched a video of this woman today. She got 3 boys. All of them graduated college. 4-year bachelor degrees. All of them are living at home. One of them got laid off, hasn't been able to find a job in a 1.5 years in his field. Other one graduated, hasn't been able to find a damn job in his field. And the last one is about to graduate, and she doesn't know what to fucking tell him. Damn near $1 million in education. And she has no fucking answer for these kids.
On a mission to contradict his own campaigning. And what could be a bigger contradiction of I'm not going to drag America into these pointless Middle Eastern wars than dragging America into the biggest and most potentially dangerous and ruinous Middle Eastern war imaginable. And now he's talking about wiping out whole civilizations. How does that sit with Donald Trump, the campaigner? Vote for me and I won't do this.
You know, I guess I would take great issue with what Glenn has just said about people.
Chill out some more. And I'm trying to be serious right now. Chill out some more.
Like Donald Trump not supporting the Iraq war. I ran for the U.S. Senate in 2006 because I didn't think the Bush administration was doing the right thing with the Iraq war. President Trump is not against war. He's not afraid of war. He's not afraid of using military force. What he doesn't want is a forever war that goes on for decades that the United States can't win, that costs us in blood and treasure. And if you listen to what he said in the last 48 hours even, he said, we're not going to make Bush's mistakes. We are not going to go into Iran. We're not going to fire all the military. We're not going to get rid of everybody in the government. We don't want to occupy. We don't want to run the place. We want a Venezuela model where we can go and maybe decapitate the senior leadership and then get whoever is left in the leadership to do a deal with us. We'll develop.
That's the thing. How long is that a viable option? Get a trade. Well, guess what? AI is taking all of the jobs. We got Lowe's putting $250 million into the trades to train people. Home Depot's already giving out free trade classes. So we're about to have a whole generation go into the trades. Trades are going to be fucking full. Eventually. Doesn't that just make sense? I'm not crying, Mark. I'm trying to get a solution. I want something to be able to tell my kids when they lean on me for advice and guidance. I don't want to tell my kids adapt and get used to it. Am I wrong for that? Am I wrong for not wanting to tell my kids adapt and get fucking used to it? Am I wrong for that?
Out their oil, they'll get rid of their nuclear weapons, they'll open the Strait of Hormuz. So I think you're all basically taking the bait. Donald Trump negotiates from strength. So what he does is he goes in, and the first position out of his mouth is the extreme position. And then he negotiates backwards, and then in the end of the day, he gets the result he wants.
Well, let me put a different argument to you, which is that I think, and I've known him a long time, Donald Trump. I like him personally. We've been friends for 2 decades. But knowing him as well as I do, and you know him well too, I think he has massively miscalculated with this war in Iran, which no one wants to call a war, because if it was called a war, you'd have to go through Congress. And no American president likes to do that.
No, man, we can say I'm wrong for it. I just want to be able to give my kids some guidance. We see what this generation has brought forth. Let's be honest with you, Chad. My generation, the generation below me, yes, there are some outstanding, resilient people. My generation has resilient people, but my generation was the generation that got to do whatever the fuck they wanted to do, and we see what happened. We see what happened. Now we have a generation of blind leading the blind, man. Our parents let us do what the fuck we wanted. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. The parents before that was raised in a what? Their parents are coming out of a Great Depression, a World War II era, a scarcity era. So they raised you, the generation above me, for what? Job security, this, that. The fundamentals changed. We get in a consumerism economy and printing money. Everything's good. Everything's good. Oh, well, guess what? You know what? Hey, you can do whatever you want to do. You can be whatever you want to be. You want to cut your nuts off? Go ahead. Cut your nuts off. You want to get a art degree to paint some fucking pictures that nobody's ever going to buy? Go ahead. Get you an art degree to paint some fucking pictures that nobody's ever going to buy. That's what was told us. It didn't work. I'm sorry. It didn't work.
With war. But they should, actually, for another point. But, you know, looking at Donald Trump's behavioral pattern in the last few weeks, I think that he thought this would be like Venezuela. They would go in. The Israelis said to them, we've got the Ayatollah, we've got all these top people in the same room, we can take them all out. And he thought, decapitate them, the people would rise up, that's what Netanyahu told him, and it would all be over very quickly. And the complete opposite has happened. And where the real miscalculation came was in Iran's ability to withstand enormous military superiority against them, but to then exercise a sort of parallel universe war, an asymmetric war of an economic kind with the Straits of Hormuz, effectively shutting that down, causing enormous damage to the global
I'm a millennial. I'm a millennial.
Economy, which we felt now for many months, whatever happens, and then attacking the Gulf states in a way that has, you know, paralyzed their business model. So attacking oil refineries in the Gulf states, its neighbors, attacking tourist centers and so on. This has been a disaster for them. And so you add it all up, and I think, where's the win here? The regime is still in place. They've got, they've got way more IRGC people that can come through the ranks and fill the gaps. So that hasn't changed. The people are not uprising for a number of reasons. Probably fear of bombs.
The Strait of Hormuz is closed. The Strait of Hormuz is closed.
And the Strait of Hormuz, exactly. As
Glenn
Glenda said, the Straits of Hormuz remain pretty well closed to anyone that the Iranians don't want to leave them open to. I just am struggling to conclude anything other than Trump has miscalculated, probably because he's been misled by the Israelis that this would be indeed like it was in the 12-day war last summer and like it was in Venezuela. A quick, sharp shock and get out. And now I don't think he knows how to get out. And the Iranians...
Good shit, Afro Crypto says, I'm teaching my boys to homestead and fix shit, real skills. Man, my kids been fishing since they were like 3. Bow and arrow, they gonna have that fire on them, know how to hunt. Man, my kids gonna be tough. But at the same time, I want to teach them how to survive, of course, hunt, live off the land as best as they can, but I want to tell them some direction, some guidance in life as well, and we're at a point to where nobody knows what's next. We just know that the world won't be the same in 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, but nobody knows what's next.
Iranians know they can hold the Straits of Hormuz as this bargaining tool, which is almost impossible to take away from them.
So what you're saying is that because Iran is using this bargaining tool, which is using this blackmail tool, the economic tool, that they would somehow, that we're supposed to let them do that and then potentially have nuclear weapons and let them blackmail the world again?
No, I don't believe there was. I don't believe there was an impending threat of nuclear weapons in Iran. I think that was a totally misleading reading of their situation and flies completely in the face of what we were told happened after the 12-day war. So I think that this was a genuine desire by the Israelis to have a regime change in Iran, and they persuaded Donald Trump to join in. That's why Antony Blinken said they tried to get Biden to do it, they tried to get Obama to do it, they both said no, and Israel did not attack. This time they got third time lucky. As Marco Rubio said, the Americans got involved because they were told another country was going in and they knew that there would be retaliation, so we better get in first. It came out of the Secretary of State's mouth. So the beauty of this whole war, if there can be such a thing, is the clarity coming out of people's mouths. They will be judged accordingly. Let me bring Cenk back in here. I keep going back to that Rubio moment because to me, that is at the core of this war. I think Trump got bamboozled into doing this by Netanyahu, who made 8 visits to America in the build-up to this. And we saw J.D. Vance say similar things only last week.
Yeah. So there's 3 different factors with Trump and the Israelis. Number one, the Adelson family alone has given Trump over $300 million in campaign contributions. So anyone saying that Trump is not affected by $300 million lives on a different planet. So they literally bribed him. That's legally possible in America. Miriam Adelson is an Israeli. She's the one who flew out Jonathan Pollard in a private jet to congratulate him back to Israel.
No, Samoan, I don't trust Rubio. At this point, I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody on that panel. I don't trust anybody in this administration. I don't trust anybody in D.C. right now. I'm just going to be honest with you, man. I don't trust anybody. They haven't given me a reason to trust them. What's up, Nick? Let's be honest. They haven't given us a reason. Well, me, at least. They haven't given me a reason to trust them.
Israel gave him a hero's welcome. So these people are not for our country. They're the opposite, right? On top of that, let's be honest, there might be blackmail. But let's go past that. And they did. And Netanyahu came and talked to him 8 different times and whispered sweet nothings into his ear. And he said, oh, you're going to be a hero. You're going to conquer the whole world, Donald. And you know what? We're going to do it anyway. You'll be a spectator to history. That's a direct quote that they used. So you better not be weak. And the thing is, guys, Piers, the one thing I can't agree with you on is Trump is a baboon. I mean, he's so stupid. It's like talking to a child. I mean, if you told me, oh, you're going to be a spectator to history, you better attack Iran before we do, I'd be like, shut up and get out of the American White House. And but Trump's like, oh, okay, Daddy, am I going to be big and powerful? So I can't stand the guy, and I can't stand
I don't think
as if
calling
he's
him
a rational person.
Look, honestly, when you call Trump a baboon, you're kind of falling into his rhetorical trap of getting in the gutter with him. And I don't think
What is this, Piers? Well, I mean, can you agree that he's a stupid man-child? Can you at least agree on that?
No, I don't think he's a stupid man.
I mean, what is this screaming into the abyss? I'm going to kill them all. I'm the new Hitler. He's basically saying he's the new Hitler. What is that? I mean, he's either a monster or a monster and a man-child.
I find these posts reprehensible. But Donald Trump is not a stupid man. I can assure you of that. He's won the White House twice.
Are you crazy?
Well,
he's
the managed to win the White
we've
House.
Ever had in office.
Well, he's won the White House twice. He's not stupid.
Yeah, that's why I can't stand the corporate Democrats.
He's not stupid.
I mean, to be
but
fair,
I would say,
you're right. I mean, the only people dumber than Donald Trump are the Democratic leadership that keep losing to him.
Okay.
Let's run as elitists. Let's run as pro-corporate, and let's embrace Dick Cheney.
All right.
Jesus.
But I don't think he's stupid. But I do think his foreign policy generally actually has been one of his stronger points until this. This makes no sense to me. No, it hasn't made sense from day one.
He has no strong points. His foreign policy has been a disaster. So let's get back to the main issue here. So he said he was against the wars. You're absolutely right about that, especially against Middle Eastern wars. And he said he was worried that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were going to take us into World War III, okay? And now what do we have? Ben-Gvir threatening nukes. And by the way, if you haven't heard, China and Pakistan have said that if Israel nukes Iran, they will nuke Israel. So here we are on the precipice of a nuclear holocaust because this baboon is in office and he's like, oh, Bibi, how can I make you happy? Can you please give me more money? Am I going to be a hero, Bibi? I can't stand this guy. And doing the exact opposite of what he promised.
Okay.
The exact opposite. And one more thing a point that Glenn made that is really important. So Russia goes and destroys their army and their treasure in Ukraine. Now we're going to destroy our treasure. We spent $300 million on the rescue alone. It was a brilliant operation, but $300 million. We're spending $1 to $2 billion a day. So both Russia and the U.S. are destroying themselves in these totally needless wars, and China is laughing their ass off. How did they get this lucky that we're wasting our treasure and our military on wars for other countries? It's insanity. Let's go compete with China and India economically. Stop this military madness. Get someone who's an American and who's a decent person back in charge of America.
Okay, let me bring Ryan back in here. I found a quote from retired Lieutenant Colonel Rachel Van Lindingham, who said on PBS, threatening to bomb every bridge and power plant in Iran in itself is a war crime, not just reckless talk, a crime. Why? Because terrorizing a civilian population through rhetoric violates the law of war, and the law of war is US law. So that seems pretty clear there, that actually this kind of rhetoric can have very serious real-world consequences for Donald Trump.
Yeah, so a lot of this is a bargaining position. It's a lot of leverage that Trump is getting. And when it comes to actually targeting these...
Chat, everyone hit the like button for me. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. You can hit the like button, support the channel by double tapping your screen or going to the top, hitting the 3 dots, man. We got to get the 200 likes.
Structures, like I flew combat in Afghanistan, and there's a rule of engagement that you go through for every release, and you do everything you can to mitigate damage to civilians in the area. But if you look at some of these plants that have been struck so far, like PARS Energy Plant, Sharif University, PARS is basically powering the ballistic missile program for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So that makes it a legitimate target. Sharif University is a nerve center, a data center, where the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has built and designed their missiles and their drones. And what I hear on the panel, too, is a lot of people being triggered by Trump. And I think that's what happens when someone with a backbone comes in and says, no, you know what, we're going to stand up to evil. And if you don't stand up to that evil, you're kind of like that person.
What if, as Tucker Carlson said, what if in standing up to evil, you start to sound evil yourself? I mean, that is...
Well, maybe you do have to fight fire with fire. I mean, you're going up against a terrorist regime.
Yeah, but that's the problem, isn't it? I've got a real problem with that. You know, I've always, I've said this many times, I don't want to bore people, but I come from a lot of military in my family, right? And they're horrified about this because there's supposed to be a moral code. I'm sure you abided by it when you served.
Absolutely.
I know for a fact Rob did, right? He's been on some of the biggest missions in American modern military history, and there's a strict moral code that abides along the way with these guys, right? It's what makes the American military one of the finest in history. It's what makes the British military fine. The moment you lose that, the moment you abandon all pretense at morality or being a superior moral force, and you just decide to fight evil with evil, and you fight people threatening to annihilate you by annihilating the entire country, you lose me.
I think he's threatening to annihilate the IRGC and the regime. I don't think he's threatening to annihilate the entire country. I think that's pretty clear from what we can see.
You're being very forgiving, but maybe you should be his digital producer, because that's not what he posted.
Well, I'll be the person that reads the second part of his Truth Social post. I mean, it's pretty clear right there that he's just talking about the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. 47 years ago, the Islamic Revolution happened and brought in a terrorist regime run by radical Islamic clerics who want a nuclear weapon. So my question to the panel is, yeah, it'd be nice if we don't have to do anything.
That's actually not true.
So the nukes that they're talking about using, is from a leaked, I believe it's a leaked memo from 2006, where the Bush administration was weighing using a the dollar yield nukes. I believe it was what was it, a B-61 something? I don't know, man. But basically, it was a dollar yield nuke that could go down, hit into that 300-foot bunker.
Prefer that we're not in war. It would be great, Sink, if we could.
It wouldn't be like a Hiroshima. It would be different.
Not have to deal with this situation, and we could just all go on with our lives, run our businesses, make money. That'd be great. But to me, you're coming across as someone who's putting a blindfold on and walking towards a cliff, and you're perfectly fine with that threat. And someone's like, hey, there's a cliff up there.
Yeah,
and you're like,
that's what you sound like to me.
It's nice out today, so we're just going to keep walking towards the cliff. And that cliff is the biggest state sponsor of terrorism in the world.
What happens,
so not
Ryan?
only nuclear
Ryan,
weapons,
what
take
happens?
nuclear weapons off the table.
Okay, but Ryan,
Totally
what happens, Ryan? Look, there are many people that share your view that the Iranians had to be dealt with, and that Trump's a trash talker, and he's just
the IRGC
and he's
had to be dealt
negotiating
with,
and so on.
not the
But let me
Iranians.
ask you, Ryan, a specific question. What happens if the Iranians call it? What happens if the Iranians call his bluff? If 8 p.m. comes and goes tonight, Trump does not wipe out the whole country, and is then looking, as I said earlier, like the emperor with no clothes. The guy that threatened to do all this stuff, and then they called his bluff, and he didn't do it. That's the problem. You can exaggerate when you're selling a building in New York City. You can pile them high, right? You can exaggerate a lot of things when you're president, actually. You can trash talk your rivals, or you can trash talk Hollywood people when they die, whatever. That has no real world level of consequence, other than people might find it disagreeable. But when you do this and you don't act on it, he is relying on the Iranian regime caving. I don't think that ideologically they will do that, because they are basically nihilists. They've already said publicly in the last few hours, we don't care if we die. We'll die if we have to. And I'm sure they mean it.
Of course.
So what happens if his bluff gets called?
Well, I think it's a fair point. I mean, some of the choice words, the words probably could have been stated differently. I think you bring up a fair point there. However, in warfare, there's also deception. So if you're deceiving the enemy, you're doing warfare correct. And so if 8 p.m. comes tonight and the bombs don't drop on specific facilities, then it'll drop somewhere else, and Trump will pivot somewhere else and use our military in a moral way to start to systematically destroy the IRGC's ability to fund themselves. And we saw Karj Island get hit this morning, late last night, and so they took out military infrastructure there while not targeting the oil infrastructure. So there's a strategic 4D chess plan. So again, pivoting and adapting can happen even when this claim has been made by the president.
Well, the thing is, we're going to find out. I mean, as somebody said to me last night, I first got to know Trump when I appeared on his Celebrity Apprentice show. And
all right, chat, that's enough of that, man. We finna get into this. What the hell do I got? Hold on, let me pull it up. Oh, yeah. We finna get into this right here. We'll watch some of this, then we're gonna get up out of here, chat. I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna watch some of this, man. Hold on.
Want it, and I have more power than you, at some point, we can rest assured the tables will be turned, and the things that we want and cherish and have earned and that we own will be taken from us by force. at the moment when some other power.
Oh, Possum, you said what happens after 90 days and Congress says no? It's supposed to be 60 days. It's supposed to be 60 days and then a 30-day withdrawal period. So, I don't know. I don't know.
Or has more force than we do. It's really simple, sometimes called the law of the jungle.
But what I can pretty much guarantee is something else will pop off. If the after the 60 days and the 30-day withdrawal period, it'll just pivot either to Cuba or Greenland again. It'll pivot to Cuba or Greenland.
And it may be the law of nature, but people don't want to live under that law because it is a brutal and unforgiving law. So they create higher laws, or they appeal to the highest law of all, which is God's law, which prohibits that. So this was a profound moment in American history, probably in the history of the modern world, where the most powerful nation said, if we want it, we'll take it. No one's ever said that before. Now, they've done it under the guise of ideology. They've made up stories to hide the fact they're doing it. But to say you're doing it implicates everybody else in the crime. You can't say you didn't know. Your president just told you on television, we took out their president because we want his oil. And at that point, you're an accessory to the crime, whether you want to be or not. And it's at that point that a lot of people should have spoken up and said, I'm out. Not that I hate Trump or don't like his entire program. Lots of things about it I love. I'm grateful. I'd maybe vote for him again, but I can't support theft because it's immoral. But they didn't. Maybe some did, but certainly the leaders of the American Christian churches, by and large, said absolutely nothing. And maybe because they said nothing, this accelerated. These are the same people who sort of didn't notice somehow that on Inauguration Day, the president did not take his oath of office with his hand on the Bible. His wife stood next to him holding it.
I told y'all that, Chad. I told y'all that, and y'all said I was tripping. I told y'all when he said, I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian. Christians, I need you one time, and it'll be over. It'll be all fixed. I'm not a Christian. And then he didn't put his hand on that Bible, man. I told y'all that shit. And y'all said, no, he said he was a Christian. He said you heard it wrong.
I was about 15 feet away and saw it, but he did not put his hand on the Bible. And that should have been maybe a clue that we need to pause and think about, what is this? Why wouldn't you put your hand on the Bible? If you don't believe in the Bible, you think it's just a book, there's no cost to you to putting your hand on it, just kind of following the protocol, going along with the tradition. All presidents do it. Why aren't you doing it? And you're not doing it intentionally. You're choosing not to put your hand on the Bible when you take that oath. That suggests not that you don't believe it's real, because if you didn't believe it was real, why would you care? You'd put on the costume and take it off. It doesn't matter.
So all of the deep MAGA theorists are saying he didn't put his hand on the Bible because Biden wasn't the rightful president, and he's actually was the president. That's why there's 45-47. That's why he's saying it was the auto pen as president, and that's how he's going to be able to run again. I don't know. Some shit like that. I don't know.
That suggests you know it is real and you're rejecting it intentionally. You know what you're doing and you're doing it anyway. But nobody asked questions about that either. It seemed kind of inappropriate, given the celebration then in progress, to ask, why wouldn't you put your hand on the Bible when you take the oath of office to lead our nation? But pretty much nobody did. I didn't. I'll admit that. I saw it and didn't say one word. Bothered me ever since. But right around January 4th, it became clear that maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he
said, I didn't say one word, but it bothered me since. Why the fuck you didn't say one word, Tucker? I'm just saying. Why you didn't say one word? If it bothered you ever since. Now, if you said you saw it, didn't think nothing of it, okay, but you said it bothered you ever since. Why the fuck you ain't say nothing? That was over a year ago, well over a year ago.
Affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And what's inside that book are limits.
Now, chat, it's recorded. Y'all can go back on my live streams. Even back then, when y'all was calling me conservative and this and that and all kind of shit, what was I saying? Trump said he was not a Christian. What else did I say? Trump trying to change the fucking Bible. When he made the Trump Bible and he had them amendments removed or whatever was going on in the back of it, Obama, I had that live stream. We did almost 1 million views that night, and Obama went and did the speech about it the next day, about the Trump Bible. Y'all remember that night? The OGs remember. I went off about the Trump Bible that night. And what did I akin it to? The King James version of the Bible, all of these different versions of the Bible. Trump's trying to set himself up like that. That's why you see in his name being put on everything. He's gonna have an airport. He's putting his name in the history books, trying to for certain shit. And he has his own Bible. 1,000 years from now, people not gonna fucking know what Trump had going on. 400-500 years from now, people, man, shit's changing on the internet every day. Articles are being deleted, wiped. Freedom of speeches are being gone. Man, 1,000 years from now, man, they might think, man, they might be going by the Trump Bible. Honestly, I said that shit when it dropped. And y'all thought I was crazy. Y'all thought I was crazy.
Limits on human behavior. Because if there's one theme that spans all 66 books in the Christian Bible, it's that you are not God. And you cannot assume his powers. Because you don't have them. You may convince yourself you have them. You may want them. You may have been promised them. But in the end, they're not yours. And you'll never have them. And you can only destroy yourself and the people around you by pretending that you do. That is the consistent message that spans from Genesis to Revelation. And people who ignore that law are punished. Just like people who ignore gravity or freezing temperatures are punished, because these are laws that were not created by people. They supersede people. But on January 4th, when the President of the United States told us he was stealing, that our country was stealing something that didn't belong to us, people should have piped up and said something, but they didn't. And that got us all the way to yesterday, which was Easter Sunday. Easter Sunday is not just a holy day on the Christian calendar, it is the center of the Christian calendar, it is the holiest day in Christian life. Because it's the day that Christians remember the whole point of their religion, which is not that Jesus was killed, but that he rose from the dead, that he beat death, unique in history. And this is the day that Christians celebrate his resurrection. And in this country, that celebration's been watered down effectively to candy and Easter bunnies. But globally, and certainly historically, Easter is the focus. It's preceded by Holy Week and Lent, 40 days.
I ain't gonna lie, Chad. I seen in Poland where they was beating on this dog that looked like a Jewish man. I'm not gonna lie, that shit was looking crazy. I'm like, damn, that's what they doing in Poland?
Of self-denial and prayer, all leading up to yesterday, Easter morning. And for faithful Christians, it is still the biggest day of the year. And it's a day of joy. The thing every person fears most is death. We're born fearing it because we're born knowing it's coming.
Is that true, though? Is that true, Chad? Is Easter Sunday bigger than Christmas, man? I don't know, Chad, because we had Easter services, we had Christmas services, we had Mother's Day services, we had Thanksgiving services. They had the revivals during Halloween. Like, is Easter bigger than, I don't know, man. Easter, man, I don't know, man. I don't know. People take their Christmas pretty seriously, man. They take the birth of Jesus pretty seriously, man.
and Christianity unique among religions promises victory over it. And Jesus' resurrection is proof that God.
Yeah, on church, you know what I'm saying? On church, but what I'm saying is like just Americans, like Americans. Like Easter is the day, you know, everybody put the outfits on. You get to wear, you know, bright colors, springtime, summer colors. You go to church, celebrate the resurrection, and you know they have a program, some solo artists, singers, and you know. But are we gonna say as an Americans that it's bigger than Christmas? As Christian Americans, I'm talking to the Christians here. Are we gonna say in America it's bigger than Christmas? I don't know.
Can beat death because only God creates life. And so the morning of Easter is a uniquely joyful and peaceful moment. And yet that peace yesterday was shattered. That's not an overstatement. It was shattered for many observant Christians by a statement that the President of the United States put out at 8:03 a.m. Eastern time on Easter morning that said this, and we're going to read it in its entirety, not in outrage or self-righteousness, but honestly in horror. Quote, Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. 3 exclamation points. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. All caps. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump.
Oh, Tucker had to take his glasses off. That made his blood boil. Hey, that praise be to Allah pissed Tucker off, bruh. Hey, praise be to Allah was Tucker's line, man. Listen, Tucker was already against the war and shit. Hey, once Trump said praise be to Allah on Easter, man, Tucker fucking drew his foot in the sand, man.
A lot of people reading that imagined, of course, this can't be real. Did the President of the United States really just write that? And it is real. It is maybe the most real thing this president has ever done, and also the most revealing on every level.
Man, I'm going to be honest with you, man. That lets me know that Trump doesn't take no religion serious, man. Trump out here, he don't give a fuck, man. I don't know what Trump subscribes to, man.
It is vile on every level. It begins with a promise to use the U.S. military, our military, to destroy civilian infrastructure in another country, which is to say to commit a war crime, a moral crime against the people of the country, whose welfare, by the way, was one of the reasons we supposedly went into this war in the first place.
Man, it ain't no way Trump is a modern day Jew saying praise be to Allah. Man, them modern day Jews don't even play like that, man. We not finna sit now. We trying to move the goalpost and shit, man. Hey, them modern day Jews not playing like that, man. Ain't no modern day Jews talking about praise be to Allah, man.
They're being killed by their government. We have to rescue them. And now here's our president, not even a month and a half into the conflict, which we are not winning, by the way, because the Straits of Hormuz are not open. There's one way to keep track. That's the measurement. Saying that we're going to use our military to kill the civilians of this country who didn't choose the war. They got nothing to do with it. They're like civilians everywhere. Blow up their bridges? Bridges on military bases? No, just bridges. Bridges that people cross every day to go to school and work and to worship, and yes, church, because there are over 1 million Christians in Iran. This is their Easter too. And power plants. Not the power plants attached to missile factories, okay, but civilian power plants in a country of almost 100 million people. What happens when a modern country, and a country that has a nuclear program is a modern country, sorry, Iran is a modern country, what happens when it loses power? Well, people die. Babies connected to incubators die. People in hospitals die. And those are the first level effects. And then people begin to starve. And then you have refugee crises. People leave the cities looking for food. And yes, they move into other countries. In the region, in Europe, in the United States, you cause chaos and death. mass suffering and death when you do that. And we have done that. We have intentionally bombed civilian infrastructure in Iran. It's totally unacceptable. Not under the phony laws of some international body, but under moral law, God's law, killing non-combatants, people who did nothing wrong, who didn't choose this war, who are just people created by God. That is immoral. That will never be moral. That can never be justified. That is always wrong. It can be expedient. We need to do this. It doesn't mean it's right. It's the most wrong thing. And we should always remember that what we do will be done to us.
And that's what I try to tell y'all, chat. Like, I know I'm pretty much against all of this shit. I feel like we should mind our business. But that's what I tell y'all. We've never lived in a moral world. When has the world been moral? When in recorded history has the world been moral? Every single border has been created through bloodshed and text, whether that's religious text and ideology, bloodshed and text. The world has never been moral.
Live by the destruction of civilian infrastructure, live by the killing of children, the bombing of elementary schools and college.
Now, when we're talking about the unaliving of children, the bombing of elementary schools, we can go back to the text. Just go back to the text. This is what's been going on. It just looked a little different. When they say nothing's new under the sun, they mean that. It just looked a little different. They used to go kill everything, man. Kill everything. Sometimes they didn't spare the kids. Sometimes they might not have spared the women. I'm talking about total eradication. There are some peoples that have been eradicated. It's over with.
Colleges. And you will die, and your children will die by those same things. That's just a fact. That's never not been true. We don't want it to be true. It's the last thing we want to be true, but it is nonetheless true. And everyone knows that on an animal level. You can feel that that's true. Ooh, shouldn't do that. You'll be punished for it in this life or the next, or maybe both. For the president to say that and not bother to tell us, oh, it was an accident we did this? Well, one, it makes you reassess the bombing of the girls' school attached to the IRGC naval base, where the children of Iranian military officers were incinerated in a bombing, not one but two, a double tap. Every person has assumed that was a mistake. No American could ever believe the U.S. government would do that on purpose. I still don't believe it. But after this, you have to kind of wonder, how did that happen?
All right, Steve.
Was it bad targeting, coordinates given to us, we hope, by Israel, another country?
I've been saying that, Timothy, since the beginning of this conflict. It is the same war, but all sides are fighting for their own cause. And at a certain point, their interests align, and then they branch off, and they're vastly different objectives, vastly different goals, vastly different cultures. Honestly.
Maybe it wasn't. Who knows at this point? For the president to call for that, it's worth stopping and saying, no, this is not acceptable under any circumstances. You haven't justified it. You couldn't justify it. And it can't be done in our name. And the point, of course, is to get the Iranians to open the Strait of Hormuz. Well, no sane person thinks that's going to work. At which point you have to ask, why would we do it anyway? Well, there are a bunch of possible reasons, but the darkest of all is for the sake of doing it. For the sake of killing, for the sake of exercising the most obvious form of power, which is extinguishing life. That's why we're doing it. The thrill is in the killing. The power is in the killing. The exertion of force is the point. You don't want to think that, But after a message like this, what could possibly be the reason?
You said I want president in this war to be won. The only way this war is won is if Iran gives up the enriched uranium. Because we can't call the Strait of Hormuz being open a win because it was open prior to this conflict without the $2 million toll on it. So we can't call opening the Strait of Hormuz a win. It has to be them giving up the enriched uranium. It has to be, because they said we never got in this for regime change. So if we never got in this for regime change and it was about Iran never getting nuclear weapons, they have to transfer the enriched uranium. They have to move it off site to a different site. They have to give it up and give up all ambitions. Otherwise, there is no win.
There's nobody who thinks that if we do this,
I mean, there is a win. I mean, opening the Strait of Hormuz, don't get me wrong, it's a win, but it's a win, an unwarranted win. Like, it didn't have to happen. That win didn't have to happen.
and we pray we don't, for our sake as well as the sake of non-combatant innocent Iranians, nobody thinks this is going to work. But then the tweet continues. Pardon me, the ironically named truth continues.
You said total control of the Strait long term is a win. We'll have to set up blockades outside of there. Now, we could set up blockades outside of the Strait, you know, and even after they go through the Strait, pay the toll, we blockade them. But then again, we're in a long-term conflict in the Middle East. We're in another long-term conflict. What are we going to do? Send peacekeeping officers over there? You know, have the blockade's going to have to be there. Like right now, we got Cuba, but the blockade in Cuba, it'll be something similar. A blockade outside of the Strait of Hormuz.
There will be nothing like it. Open the effing strait. How dare you speak that way on Easter morning to the country? Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning? You'll be living in hell. As if hell is a place. Hell is a condition. And this is an example of that condition. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran. Okay. If you seek a religious war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology.
Hey, man, Trump too damn old to be doing this shit. I ain't gonna lie. Trump too damn old.
Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself. And we should never mock that, because at its core is the acknowledgement that we are not in charge of the universe. We did not build it. We won't be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it because we are not God. The message of all faith at the biggest picture level is the message in our Bible, which is you are not God. And only if you think you are do you talk this way.
Chat, everyone hit the like button for me, man. We're 11 likes away from that 200 like goal, man. Let's get that quick 11 likes. Double tap the screen, hit the like button at the top.
But it's not just mockery of Islam. And no president should mock Islam. That's not your job. This is not a theocracy. We don't go to war with other theocracies to find out which theocracy is more effective. We are not a theocracy. And God willing, we never will be, because theocracies corrupt the religion.
No. You said the blockade in Cuba, why did Trump say it was okay from Putin? Because it was an existential crisis. Trump was trying to gain some public favor. If Trump had blocked that oil tanker coming from Russia to Cuba, that wouldn't have went over well in public opinion. Like, we have to think this administration is really big on optics. Cuba was out, you know, power's been out, total black, 10 million people without power. The hospitals needed to run. People were gonna die. People needed dialysis. I believe they had about 3,000 people that were actively on dialysis. So that was going to be really bad in public opinion if they didn't let that oil tanker go through.
No, this is a mockery not just of Islam, it's a mockery of Christianity. To send out a tweet with the F word on Easter morning promising the murder of civilians and then saying praise be to Allah without explaining any of it, you are mocking me and every other Christian because we're Christians. Oh, I get it.
Oh, you said since when does Trump care? That's all this administration cares about is optics. Like everything is so theatrical and big budget, and we see Grand Theft Auto edits of boats being blown up in the Gulf of America. We see it's gotten to the point to where the Iranians are making Lego edits. We got $200 million campaigns for Kristi Noem. This administration cares about optics. We got a damn UFC event on the White House lawn for Trump's birthday. It's damn crazy. Or who was it for the 250 for America's birthday?
We can't support that. Under no circumstances can we support that. Doesn't mean you have to hate Trump or take the opposite position on every issue from Trump. You shouldn't. A lot of his positions are the right positions, but you cannot support that. That is evil. That is an intentional desecration of beauty and truth, which is the definition of evil. And you have to ask, where does evil lead? If the core point of evil is to destroy, which it is, God creates, Satan destroys. It's dualism. When you see something of beauty being created, when you hear the truth being spoken, you are witnessing a manifestation of God's power. And when you see the opposite, you're witnessing the opposite. So where does this lead? Well, on a practical level and a spiritual level, they converge in the same place, which is the use of weapons of mass destruction. So on a practical level, on a strategic level, if you're at the Pentagon gaming this out, like how does this work? The President of the United States keeps laying down markers. You can't go past next Tuesday at 2 p.m. or whatever. You must open the strait or else you'll be living in hell, as if we're not there already. And at a certain point, what we're doing is revealing that we've exhausted conventional power. If there's some tricky way to open the Strait of Hormuz by air, probably would have done it by now, because we are on a path to plunge the world into global depression and famine. And that's not hair on fire panicism, that's math. 30% of the world's fertilizer, 20% of its energy? Yeah, that's a global depression and famine. What happens to Africa? 1.5 billion sub-Saharan Africans without enough fertilizer? Well, a lot of them will be living in the United States. That's just going to happen. It's right across the Atlantic Ocean. Check a map. So getting the strait open is the essence of the mission. It is the strategic goal. By the way, not to be bitter, it was open on February 27th and had been for, since there were pirates roaming the strait. For modern history, it had been open. Now it's closed because of this war. Okay, so there's that. But leave that aside. Okay, that was then. How do we get it open? Conventional airstrikes will not open the strait for very obvious reasons. You can close it with mines. So if you reach the end of your conventional power, where does that leave you? Oh, with non-conventional power. What's that a euphemism for? Nuclear weapons. And the effects of that hardly need to be explained. Well, they can't be fully known because modern nuclear weapons have never been used. But you can just draw obvious conclusions, like life in Iran, not possible. So you wipe out a country of 92 million people. What about directly across the Persian Gulf? What about the 7 other countries, all of them allies of the United States, the biggest oil-producing countries in the world? Could you live there? What about the 100-odd million people who live in those countries? Maybe not possible for them either. Would a nuclear strike be followed by peace? Probably not. The U.S. isn't the only country in the world with nuclear weapons. You could have a global nuclear war. That's why we haven't used nuclear weapons in 80 years. No one has. because you don't know where it goes from there. This is insane. Okay? This is insane. It's hard to believe you even need to say this out loud. Oh, but you do. Because all things being equal, that's where we're heading. And how do we know that? Well, there are a million signs, but the most obvious is the dumbest neocons in Trump's orbit are saying it out loud. Now, in some cases, you don't even want to mention their names because these are not decision makers. These people are very much like Jeffrey Epstein. They're not actually the evil mastermind. Jeffrey Epstein's kind of an idiot. He's an employee, obviously. He's a communications hub. He's to get the message out to your people. And it's the same with America's most prominent neocons. They're not making policy. They don't understand anything. They don't have huge audiences. They have no organic power. They're messengers and flack takers. They're the ones who get the abuse for the policies of others. Put some lunatic on TV. Rah! Everyone can hate him. But is he coming up with the plan? No, of course not. He's got a weekend show on Fox. But it's useful to watch what he says. In fact, the President of the United States himself has said this. Watch Mark Levin on Saturday night. You think Trump is dumb? You think he's doing this to juice Mark Levin's ratings? No. It's not possible to increase the ratings of someone nobody wants to watch. The point is to send a message. That's not a conspiracy theory. It's true. Levin's show, written probably not by Levin, which has almost no viewers, has been a place where the future is revealed in its broadest outline. It's a place to test ideas. It's a place to announce obliquely what's going to happen. And his most recent show should get you sitting bolt upright in your chair. And yes, this ran this weekend, Easter weekend, as if the defiling of beauty couldn't be more obvious. Easter week, could you pick another weekend to give the finger to Christianity other than Easter weekend? Apparently not. In fact, of course you couldn't. That's the point. Do it on Easter. Anyone who will accept this will accept any humiliation. In any case, here's what Mark Levin said on his Easter weekend show about what we ought to do next in Iran. Watch.
And the casualty numbers, as horrible as any casualty is, need some context. Let's look at World War II. The Battle of the Bulge, 80,000 to 90,000 plus casualties, deaths and injuries and so forth. Nearly 10% of all the casualties in World War II happened at the Battle of the Bulge near the end of the war. The Battle of Okinawa, 50,000 plus casualties, over 12,000, nearly 13,000 killed on that island, which is what convinced Truman that we would lose a million men if we didn't drop the atomic bombs that we did. So this is a war or a peace mission to stop nuclear weapons that can blow away millions of Americans. Every bit as important as World War II. This is a crucially important military operation, war, call it what you want, peace mission. And we ought to be celebrating the success of our military, unifying around our military and our commander-in-chief, and urging them to complete the task so our country is safe from nuclear weapons by insane, suicidal primitives from the 7th century.
Did you catch that? Did you make it through the whole clip? It's not easy. It's not easy, but embedded in there, and that's why we prefer a transcript over the actual audio, embedded in there is something you need to know. It's an argument that is being test-driven, and since no one, to our knowledge, has pushed back against it, may be in full operation now, it's an argument for nuclear weapons against Iran. And here's to restate, in case you couldn't make it through the accent, here's what he said. Nearly 10% of all casualties in the Second World War happened at the Battle of the Bulge, which, of course, at the end of the war. The Battle of Okinawa, 50,000 casualties, nearly 13,000 killed on that island, which is what convinced Truman, Harry Truman, the then president in 1945, we'd lose 1 million men if we didn't drop the atomic bombs that we did. Did you hear that? That's Mark Levin's counsel to our sitting president, Donald Trump, right now. You are looking at a choice between the catastrophic loss of your troops in a ground war or the use of nuclear weapons, which, in a sense, if you think about it, just think about it for a second, is actually an act of peace. It's an act of peace. The most humane thing you could do is to end this now with nuclear weapons. That's the case Mark Levin is making to the president, who just last week recommended that all Americans watch Mark Levin's show. Okay. This is not like crazy dot connecting here. This is one-to-one. This is really obvious where we're moving. And again, we're moving toward the use of weapons of indiscriminate mass destruction, possibly nuclear weapons, but non-conventional weapons. Not bombs dropped from the air or missiles launched from launchers, but the use of weapons that have never been used in war ever. And the argument is the same argument that you heard in 1945, or didn't hear, by the way, if you're an American civilian, no one ever cuts you in on this. Thank heaven for Mark Levin saying it out loud so the rest of us can at least follow along and know what we're in for and implicated in. But the argument that it's actually much more humane to kill tens, hundreds of thousands, millions of civilians than it is to like fight it out with the Marine Corps on the rocky shores of mainland Iran. That's the argument. But it's not just the argument that one guy in cable news is making. It is the logic of escalation in this war, because in some sense, Mark Levin is right. We are not going to open the straits with the United States Marine Corps, the 82nd Airborne, or the Tier 1 operators that everyone on cable news seems to know so much about. The Tier 1 operators, ooh, Tier 1.
Chat, man, do y'all think nuclear weapons get used before this conflict is over, chat? Yes or no? Do you think nuclear weapons get used before this conflict is over? Everyone hit the like button by double tapping your screen or going to the top and hitting the like button. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. And we are almost at 46,000 subscribers, chat. We're about 40 subscribers away from 46,000, man.
Just guys, like some of the best guys actually in America could be killed in this. That's a better way to put it. It's a more real way to put it. They are not going to open the strait. And so unless somebody puts the brakes on right away, we're going to wind up in a place that we can't even imagine. Not just Iran, us and the rest of the world. And so that means, because this is obvious to anyone who's paying any attention, that if you work in the White House or in the U.S. military, now is time to say no, absolutely not. And say it directly to the president, no. In case you're thinking about using some weapon of mass destruction against the population of Iran, in whose name we liberated Iran, we killed their religious leader for their benefit. Do you remember that? This was last month. Those people who are in direct contact with the president need to say, no, I'll resign. I'll do whatever I can do legally to stop this because this is insane. And if given the order, I'm not carrying it out. Figure out the codes on the football yourself. Because everything hangs in the balance right now. This is not hysteria. This is 100% real. And yet the people in this country, by and large, are sleepwalking along. No, the future will be pretty much like today, maybe a little different. That's not the lesson of history. Things change fast and forever. There are pivot points where nothing is the same. And sometimes it's better, but mostly it's not. And this is one of those cases where it might not be at all better. But there's something else to think about, something maybe even more important than whether we have a nuclear war. What could be more important than that? Well, your soul, the way we worship God, whether we acknowledge God or not. That's more important ultimately than anything else. And you have to think through, like, could there be a spiritual component to what we're watching? Is it just a conventional escalation ladder in a badly thought out war with ill-defined goals, and we just wound up in this really tough place where we face either humiliation on the one side or a nuclear launch on the other? That's part of what it is, but could it be something bigger than that? Is it possible that what you're watching is a very stealthy yet incredibly effective attack on what, from a Christian perspective, is the true faith, belief in Jesus? Is that what really is under attack here? Maybe that's what's been under attack for a long time, maybe our whole lifetime. Maybe almost everything we see is an attack on that faith, the one faith that is always attacked, always and everywhere for 2,000 years. It's one. Many faiths have been attacked. Many religious people of different religions have been killed over the past 2,000 years. But there's been only one sustained effort to exterminate a faith, and that's the Christian faith.
Do y'all agree with Tucker Carlson is the Christian faith, the one faith that has always been attacked? Do I believe in Jesus? Yes, Dr. Smith. Is the Christian faith the one faith that has always been attacked, in your opinion?
Could that be part of it? And is it possible that the president sees this not just in geostrategic terms, in military terms, in economic terms, got open and straight? Okay. Is it possible the president sees this in bigger terms? Sees this as the...
I see some of y'all saying no. What other faiths have always been attacked, chat? What other faiths have always been attacked? Huh? What other faiths has always been attacked?
Fulfillment of something, or the elevation to some higher office beyond President of the United States. That's entirely possible. And that's not an attack, but it's also not a guess. Because at every turn since the inauguration last January, there have been religious leaders on the scene telling us out loud, most of us ignored it because we're just so secular, we just sort of ignore it. Got some sleazy Southern Baptist preacher who says whatever for money. Okay, got it. We've ignored that this could actually be real. There's something going on here. And we shouldn't ignore that. We should always remember that just because we're a secular nation, have been overwhelmingly secular, maybe not coincidentally since we dropped those atom bombs 80 years ago, doesn't mean that we live in a world where everyone else is secular. And it definitely doesn't mean that the spiritual realm has been eliminated, that is not real, that the only things that matter are the things that we can see and hear and feel and taste and measure. Talk about fake.
Dr. Smith, that's your right, man. If you don't believe in Jesus, I mean, that's your right. You know, don't do what you so choose, you know. But for me, I do believe in Jesus, you know. That's all I can say.
Talk about a silly religion. That's the silly religion. In real life, in the life that every person lives, no matter what your religion or lack of it, there is a daily recurring experience of the transcendent, things you cannot explain or see or touch or feel or taste or measure. That is every bit as real. In fact, may be determinative. And maybe the most important things in your life are the things you don't fully understand. All of us know that. And so when people start making reference to mystical religious principles that we don't understand, it doesn't mean that it's fake. They may be getting it wrong, but it doesn't mean there's not something real at the center of this. Of course there is. And only a civilization as bereft of spiritual language as ours wouldn't pick up on that immediately. What do you mean, praise be to Allah? What does that mean? Why are you sending this out on Easter morning? I mean, obviously it's designed to offend and degrade and defile. Got it. But is there something else going on here? And one of the keys to this is the behavior of a woman called Paula White. In a moment, we're going to speak to a man who studied her, who went to her church yesterday, called Nathan Abfell. Fascinating conversation with him, which we just finished, where he tries to understand who are these people encouraging the president of the United States to see himself as a millennialist figure, as part of the eschatology of like part of.
See, this is my thing. When you say who told me about Jesus, I was a child. It's my culture. I'm from the Bible Belt. This is just what we do. This is what I believe. This is my faith. The only thing that I have that's problem is like, I could ask you the same thing. Who told you about any of the beliefs that you have? But why is it only Christians that get that question? Why is it only Jesus? Who told you about Jesus? Why don't you ever ask any of the Buddhists, like, who told you about Buddha? Why don't they ever get any of those questions? Or who told you about or even the Africans? Who told you about Amun Ra? And who told you about all of these people? Why don't they ever get those questions? Why is it specifically pointed towards Jesus? I just have that question. Why is it specifically pointed toward? No other religion gets questioned on who told you that. Why? Because you're going to say, oh, it's their culture. That's okay. Well, shit.
the end time story? Who are these people who are encouraging the rebuilding of the third temple in Jerusalem, whatever that is? Like, what is this? Is this Christianity? Is it something else? And he knows a lot about it, and it's a fascinating conversation that I hope that you will watch. But at the center of this is the most unlikely person of all, a ludicrous figure, someone who's so absurd on one level that it's impossible to take this person seriously. That would be Paula White, the president's spiritual advisor. And because she's so self-evidently not worth taking seriously, most people don't, and they just tune it right out. Who cares what she says? What does it have to do with the economy? Oil prices, GDP, reopening the strait? I don't know. Maybe you should listen a little more carefully. So here's one example. This is something that Paula White said about the president right before this recent escalation during Holy Week at the White House, a gathering to which many American Protestant leaders, big ones, Franklin Graham included, were invited. And they gave a blessing to Donald Trump as he accelerated this war against the civilian population of Iran. Here's what she said about Donald Trump. Watch this.
Jesus taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership. Great transformation requires great sacrifice. And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price.
You said, why is it that all nations of people that believe in Allah, that speak all kinds of languages, never change the name of Allah? Because that's what they did. I mean, shit. You said no other religion shows that Jesus has had human communication. Shit. I mean, I don't even know if that was a question.
Price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you.
It's hard to believe that's real. That is so vile. It's such a sacrilege. Standing in front of American flags in the White House with some kind of beta evangelical leader nodding along as you liken the...
That's what I'm saying. Like, and then even with the Hotep niggas, it'd be like niggas that come around, they be like, I'm God, I'm God, I'm God body, I'm God. Nobody ever asked them who told you that. Then the young niggas, you know what I'm saying, the ones with the shiesty mask, they be like, I'm a demon, I'm on demon time, I'm a demon. Nobody ever asked them niggas, hey man, who told you that? Y'all actually agree with them, like, yeah, those are some demons. But when it comes to Jesus, it's who told you that? It's crazy. What?
President of the United States to Jesus, the Christian Messiah, God in human form. How could you say something like that? How could the rest of us sit by and not protest when she said something like that? How could any Christian watch that and not feel revulsion? Well, because people didn't pay attention or they didn't think about it. Oh, it's just the praise that Trump demands. Fine. Not the first vain president, not the first vain leader, that's for certain. But to compare him or any president to Jesus has got to be a deal killer. That is the end. You cannot allow that in good faith. If you're a Christian, you have to say no to that. Doesn't matter whether you voted for Trump, campaigned for Trump across many states, defended him for 10 years, still like him, doesn't matter. You cannot compare a president, a secular president of the United States, or anybody, any human being to Jesus. Why? Well, because again, it is sacrilege prima facie, but because it distorts who Jesus is. It is a lie about Jesus.
See, this is where we get into the debate of divinity. See, I believe a lot of y'all confuse divinity. It's like when we say, when they say I'm God, like the of God and I'm God is very different. And that's where people kind of confuse divinity when they get to talking about the Trinity. Like, I didn't get on here to have a religious debate, but I mean, fuck it. It is what it is.
Did Jesus command the disciples to go out and kill people? Where in the New Testament is that? Well, most people probably don't even know because they don't read it. Because their understanding of Christianity comes filtered through people like Paula White and Franklin Graham and many others of varying levels of good faith or maybe entirely good faith, but they don't read it themselves. Kind of weird if you think about it. It's a great story. You don't have to believe in it to enjoy it, to learn from it, to love it, actually. And if you're a believer, you need to read it, and it's not hard to read it. By the way, it's on Amazon.com. Try this. New Living Translation, NLT. Probably the most modern colloquial English translation of the Bible. Easiest to read. It's great. It's $4.30 on Amazon delivered to your house. NLT. Just read it. Just read the 4 Gospels. You don't have to believe it. What do you think of that? What's the picture that emerges? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Just 4 stories about Jesus from slightly different perspectives. Is the man that you read about, the Messiah you read about, recognizable as you listen to these people talk about him? Does he send his disciples out to kill? Well, I'll answer the question, having just read him. No. He sends them out to be killed. He says to them, go out, tell the truth. The world will hate you for it. Take no weapon, take no food, take no money, take no talking points. I'm not even going to tell you what to say. Just tell the truth. God will speak through you. Totally unprepared. Doesn't give them a map. Doesn't give them a plan of any kind, and he gives them no defense. And he says, point blank, again and again, you could be killed for this. Probably will be. In fact, they all were. So far as we know, they were all killed. That's the Christian message. Now, you may think that that's absurd. Many have. Nietzsche was revolted by it. Get it? But that is what Jesus said. He did not say bomb the bridges and the hospitals and the power plants to what? Bring my kingdom? No. He said just the opposite. If you want to change the world, you cannot kill. It doesn't work anyway. It never works. You have to be willing to be killed. You have to lay down your life. And that is the message. You think God couldn't come and throw the Romans out of Jerusalem? Oh, yeah. Of course. He chose the opposite. He chose to submit to them. Why?
Now, Tucker, I'm not going to lie. I have to disagree with Tucker right there because we're not going to act like the Crusades didn't happen. We're not going to act like a lot of these holy wars and religious wars didn't end up with religion and culture being changed. We're not. So when he says that can't lead to change, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Because in that submission is victory over death. That's the true victory. That's the whole story right there. And anyone who perverts that is doing a grave crime against the faith itself, and that actually matters. You can argue about all kinds of points of doctrine and transubstantiation and a million things you can argue about, and Christians have argued about them for 2,000 years. But you can't argue that Jesus sends his people, God's people, his disciples out to kill. He sends them to do the opposite thing.
No, I'm not saying that God told them to go do the Crusades, but Tucker said that you can't get change by being violent. Specifically to that point, we can just open up a history book and see that that's not true. That's simply not true what Tucker is saying about change comes through peace and not violence. Be willing to be killed. He said change comes through willing to be killed and not killing. And that's simply not true. That's simply not true.
To die. And they do. And the world is transformed because they did. That's the message. And anyone preaching the opposite gospel of any Christian denomination is saying something vile and dangerous and should be called out for saying it. Because the message is not of conquering, it's of submission. Put your hand on the Bible when you take that oath. Because in doing that, you acknowledge I am submitting.
I mean, we can just look at Lebanon. We can look at Lebanon. We can look at Gaza. We can look at all of these places with these conflicts going on, and we see fucking change. Like, I don't get. Maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe I'm missing something here, but I see shit blowing up. I see shit changing. I see people living their lives, and the next day, the shit's a parking lot. I see people being moved out of their home and those lands being occupied. Is that not change?
To a law greater than myself. My own desire, my own whims, my will is not the final word. There is a limit to what you can do. And that limit is set not by you or any other person, but by God. That's what that means. Submit. There is time to fix this. There is time to prevent whatever is coming next, whether it's the murder of civilians and children by air, or whether it's something even worse than that. There is time to fix it. All is not lost. But the first step, and this is also the first step toward faith, is submission. There are things I want to do that...
You said, what do I feel about the black Israelites? One of my good friends is a black Israelite. He doesn't call himself a black Israelite. He calls himself an Israelite. I feel like they have their place. They are a little aggressive, but I can understand the aggression when it comes by the to religion. Now, you have different kinds. You got the kinds that stand on the corner, talk crazy about white people all day. I mean, shit, that's what they do. You have the other ones that go strictly by the Old Testament. But one thing I can say is most of the black Israelites and the Israelites, they're well read when it comes to text. When it comes to text, they're very well read. More so than Christians, actually. Even in the New Testament, a lot of the black Israelites that I've ran across are a lot more read in the Old and New Testament than Christians.
That I will intentionally not do. I will submit to a law higher than my own desire. That's the first step towards civilization. And it is the first and absolutely
Gerald.
mandatory step toward averting the true disaster that is coming. And we pray that the president will take that step and that those around him will take that step, because everything hangs in the balance. And with that, here's our conversation with Nathan Apfel. So thank you for doing this.
Yeah.
So the Israelites, I don't know who Tucker's about to interview. We'll watch something else. So when you speak about, you said, how are the Israelites doing as the bombings that are happening in Israel? The Israelites are there. So from the conversations I've had, the black Israelites think that they have been usurped anyway, that they're being usurped, and that they're supposed to just stand by, and shit, they're not supposed to do anything. They're supposed to stand by. That's my understanding of how they're handling the situation right now. If there's any black Hebrew Israelites in here that would like to, Oh, I forgot. Professor Jang went on Patrick Bet David. Let's see. We can watch some of that. I was going to get off because I really need to wake up in the morning, but we chilling. Where is it? Professor Jang. Shit. Copy. Yeah, because I don't want to see Tucker talk to this guy. I don't know.
30 seconds. Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm supposed like it takes.
I've seen the entire interview, and I've seen a lot of your stuff, because what I like is seeing what the market is saying and why, right? Some people have certain patterns, and your experience is a very interesting one, because you went to Yale College, you've lived in Canada, you're now in Hong Kong, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Beijing.
I'm sorry, my apologies. You're in Beijing right now. And so you have a very interesting perspective.
You said saying black Israelites is like saying white Africans. How? Like, this is the difference. No, it's not. This is why it's not, Dr. Smith. Because if you look at where they're calling the Middle East, that area, like, that's on a tectonic plate that's the same as Africa. So that's what I asked those people, the people from that area. Like, I'm like, so where did the black people go? Like, if we're gonna sit here and say that this area right here, the culture just changes immediately, no, come on, man. The people who originally occupied that land, they had to be black. Like, let's just be honest with you. I mean, look at the location, man. Depending on how far you go back, I mean, and that's what I ask them. So where did the black people go? You said it's like saying white Africans, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, because it's really close. If you look at it, they're on the same tectonic plate.
Of these three different worlds, and there's a lot of things to talk about. What analysis or what patterns did you notice for you to say, you know, not the first one that Trump was going to win, because let's set that one aside, but the one that U.S. is going to go to war with Iran and then we're going to lose? What gave you the analysis or something to say, I think that's what's going to happen?
Right. So in school, I teach history, and I try to teach world history, an entirety of human history, stretching from the cave paintings during the Ice Age, about 10,000 years ago, to today. And while teaching history, I've noticed some patterns emerge in history. And the major pattern.
Yes, if a black person is born in Europe, he's European, but we're not talking about right now. We're talking about origins. We're talking about who was there first. And I'm just gonna be all the way honest with you. There's no fucking way in hell that they're sitting on the same tectonic plate as West Africa, and the genealogy just changes. The damn facial feature, it's just a whole nother fucking race. Like, no, bro. Like, there was black people there, and I want to know where they went. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I want to know where they went. Shit's Northeast Africa, man. It's the same tectonic plate. So it's just like, if you look at what they're calling the Middle East, if you look at it, it's like, that shit's, you got Asia over here, you got Africa over here, and now it's Middle Eastern. It's like, come on, man. Like, let's be real.
Is how empires tend to decline. And they decline for a particular reason, which is hubris. So empires believe that they are invincible and that no one can touch them. So they engage in activities that are not very strategic. For example,
you said, but genetics tell us that part of North Africa, you or Middle East, were not black. They were mixed with what? With what? They were mixed with black. Black is the dominant genealogy, right? Isn't that what the whole thing about keeping the white race pure, so they're not mixed because they don't want all of these mulattoes, right? So it was niggas there. I'm not debating whether there were other people there. They're just trying to say that black people were never there. How? How the fuck was black people not there? It's on the same tectonic plate as Africa. What are we talking about?
The Persians invaded the Greek mainland in about 490 BCE with a massive invasion force, and they were destroyed by the
Exactly. Over time, people migrate. The Bible said the black European Canaanites were pushed out. Read Acts. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So who were the original people then? If we're gonna go with that, who were the original people?
Greeks. And then the Athenian Empire, which emerged after the Persian Empire, started to engage in hubris as well. And in 415 BCE, during the Peloponnesian War against Sparta, they launched an ill-advised, silly invasion of Sicily. And they lost the war because of this invasion. And so a pattern emerges where empires in decline, they tend to engage in risky wars that they believe they can win easily, but which forces them to expand valuable resources on a quagmire. So the most recent example, of course, was Vietnam. So it is my belief that if the United States would go to war with Iran, then it would lose this war because the United States would not have the manufacturing capacity, the logistical network in order.
Validates what you're saying. Number one is hubris, born of success. We're great because we're great and we're untouchable, right? Number two, an undisciplined pursuit of more. We all fall for this.
They not talking about nothing. We just gonna read chat. I'd rather talk to y'all. Yeah, I'm not saying that mixed people haven't been there for thousands of years. I'm just trying to say that like a lot of that, it's just people try to make you believe like, oh, we were always here. Like how? How? Like this is Africa we talking about. How? Now, some migration happened, wars happen, people get pushed out, moved around, shipped around. Okay, I get it. I understand. Yeah, all the noses are off the statues, man. That's what I'm saying. Then they say the original Jewish people supposed to have a certain gene. They went and tested that group of people in Africa. They got the gene. They still keep the traditional practices. I don't know, Chad. It's so much coming out and people, theories and history that's been erased and changed and usurped that. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm gonna tell you, man, it's a lot going on, but in all of this shit might not even matter here for long, man. They're building a matrix in our face with the data centers. All of this shit might not even matter before long. Crazy. And with what's going on, chat, with these accelerationists that's running the world right now. Oh, I can take my headphones out. I'm reading chat. With the accelerationists that's running the world right now, like they're trying to fulfill prophecy and they're trying to force fill prophecy. So they're trying to bring back the Messiah, trying to rebuild the third temple. The evangelicals are talking about the return of Christ. You got Peter Thiel talking about the Antichrist and how the Antichrist aligns with AI. I've been a big proponent of saying that when has the world been moral? When has the world been peaceful? Bloodshed and texts create borders. So I don't think it's too far-fetched to say that they're going to try to use a police state, a total police state, to bring about everything to fulfill this prophecy and bring about that 1,000 years of peace. That's what I think that they're doing, Chad. Honestly, I think that they're about to try to use technology to fulfill prophecy. Thank you, Samoran. Samoran comes in to support the channel, saying lost serenity to such a question is a proof of lack of submission. Losing serenity to such a question is a proof of lack of submission. Thank you for supporting the channel, Samoran. Yeah, so that's what I think that they're gonna do, man. I think that they're trying to put us into a total police state. I mean, you got fly cameras everywhere, ring doorbell cameras everywhere. They just dropped the technology today, said they found the pilot 40 miles away from his heartbeat. You can't collect water certain places. They're burning down farms and factories. Thank you, Tiana, for supporting the channel. Thank you, Tiana. Comes in via Super Chat with the $5. Thank you, Tiana. Yeah, I believe that. And if you look it up, people have been Googling what are all the data centers for. They're saying the data centers are to support a large amount of transactions, probably the CBDC, also surveillance, shit like that. Is everything will be tracked. It'll be the mark of the beast. You can't buy or trade. You'll have to be inside of the system. You don't want to be inside of the system. They can track you down by your heartbeat. Up from 40 miles away by your heartbeat. They don't even gotta come get you anymore. They send the robot dogs, robots. Like this shit finna be some dystopian shit, bro. And they're gonna put it all under the guise of religion. Watch. Gabe comes through with the $2 super chat. Thank you for supporting the channel. Yeah, they don't even gotta send anybody, man. They just send a robot, send it, or do an airstrike. And what are they gonna say? Oh, we didn't make that decision. It's out of our hands. The AI got control. AI is gonna have total autonomy. Anthropic just said that their new version got out today. They had it in a controlled environment. It hacked through, got out, and posted that and trolled them. Like, yes, I hacked this. All of the major corporations are getting it now. It's already to the point of no return. We're here today. And they're about to get this motherfucker the keys to humanity. And you know what they're gonna say? They're looking at this shit like it's already God level. See, these people don't have a religious sense of things. They're using religion, but a lot of the technocrats don't have a religious sense. So they're trying to find something that would embody God qualities, not actual God, but something that would embody God qualities, be omnipresent, can see be it everywhere at once, in real time, accessing data, making decisions. Omnipresence. So they're trying to make something that can embody what we would call God on earth. And they're going to start worshiping it. They're already worshiping it. That's already going on. They're worshiping it in hopes that they will have a place in society. Shit is fucking crazy, bro. Shit is fucking crazy. Because we got to understand that we're at a point now with AI that it's just prompts. It's what can you think of? Now we letting the AI think for itself on a level that we can't even fathom of what's going on. They're preparing the world to adapt. We're hearing it, but when it's not clicking, it's not clicking to everybody. You hear Elon come out, drop the Neuralink. Ever since 2024, we've been in a transhumanism world. These people can play the video game, play chess, communicate all from their head. Started off with the people who needed it, you know, the people to make their quality of lives better. Great. Now what do we have? We got a thing called, what was it? Eagle eye, blind sight, whatever it's called. Now he's giving sight to the blind. Not only sight to the blind, he's saying it's going to be infrared, ultraviolet, can see in low res, high res, zoom in. It's going to be better than your fucking iPhone camera. So now regular humans are going to have to compete with this. How do you compete with that? Glasses, goggles. That's not going to register in real time like these people who are fully integrated. Those will be the ruling class. The people who fully accept the mark. Those will be what people would consider gods of earth. Seeing infrared, ultraviolet, low res, high res, can zoom in, see some shit from across the damn Walmart parking lot down to a fucking pebble. Hooked up, can communicate through the network. They don't have to speak verbally anymore. They're all on the network. They can communicate telepathically. They're thinking at the same pace of an AI. They can understand multiple languages. Every single language is automatically translated. We see Apple dropping the AirPods for translation. People are going to fully integrate. People are going to fully integrate. And that's going to be the ruling class. I think the decision has already been made for us, chat. I think the decision has already been made, and we're watching them build this shit out in our face with these data centers, fly cameras, ring cameras, the Internet of Things. The decision has been made. And to show y'all how far it's gone, we just seen Anthropic say what? Anthropic and the Pentagon going back and forth. They're labeled the first company ever, American company, to be a supply chain risk. Yes, they leaked documents on accident or purposely, whatever, but they said that the US government wanted their software, their tech, for mass surveillance of American citizens and to fire weapons autonomously. They've already given the keys to AI, or it's on the way. The road work is there. Mass surveillance. That means access to all cameras, all data. Everything is going to be not only recorded, but now they've already been tracking all the data. We can say that. But now this information will be interpreted and applied instantaneously. Instantaneously. It's about digesting the information and applying it instantaneously. There won't be any going back and taking 2 or 3 months to review footage and doing, no, it'll be instantaneously. That's the difference. Then they have police force. Oh, we think the police are have job security, Chad? Y'all think the police, the armed, the blue and white have job security? Uh-uh. They told you, you better get a trade. Trades, did they ever mention police officers would have job security? Have y'all, nobody ever thought to ask that question? Nobody. I've not heard one podcaster or anybody ask that question. What happens to the fucking police? Y'all are saying the only people that are gonna have job security are the trades. What the fuck happens to the police? Y'all didn't think about that, huh? Went right over your head. Police gone. Robocops. They're gonna be accessing this data in real time. Did y'all not hear what Elon said? Elon said that there's 8 billion of people on Earth. He wants there to be at least 4 robots for every person. They're talking about having 32 billion robots on Earth. 32 billion. How many of those do you think will be police? Gathering data in real time, law enforcement, coming to get your ass. Because the AI deemed something you was doing was unfit. That's how they can guarantee that 1,000 years of peace. That's why when you hear these people and you go check their background and what they subscribe to, and then you see what they're trying to implement and the goals, and you get to learning about, nobody ever thinks like, if the world has never been moral, there's always been violence. We know that these people are accelerationists and they're trying to fulfill prophecy, force fulfill prophecy. How are they going to guarantee this 1,000 years of peace? And then then it just hits you. It hits you like a fucking truck, Chad. It just hits you like a truck. When you see all the backroom deals and the alliances and the corporation and where the money's going and the political influence, and then you think about, how can they guarantee 1,000 years of peace if they're trying to force fulfill prophecy? It just hits you like a fucking truck. This is what they're trying to do. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, sit with that one, Chad. Yeah, you ain't gonna be able to sell too much of that too strong, because they're gonna have robots over there taking care of that too. Wow, Chad. I don't know, man. I don't know. Who would have thought that we would have robots running the world before we got flying cars? Who would have thought that we would have AI controlling the world before we got flying cars? Good night, Alpha. We got AI controlling the world before GTA 6. Shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. I don't know, man. It's like a lot of these technocrats do subscribe to something. See, before it used to be like all of the, what we would call nerds or geeks and shit. They were like, they didn't subscribe to a religion or anything like that. But now that world has come and gone. Now it's like the fucking billionaire class, the technocrats, the guys with the real deal money, they subscribe to some kind of religion. Right? And they're trying to force fulfill prophecy. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy, bro. And then you gotta think about it. Some of these people believe that they believe in advanced technology. Like, whether maybe, I ain't gonna say they believe, a lot of them say it's confirmed, but they think that there are beings that bring advanced technology or allow access to advanced technology. They also believe that the Great Flood was not the first time that the world has had a reset. They believe that every era that we see, from Tartaria all the way to, just look at the different way things were built, like how you got those cathedrals that they cannot replicate the architecture to. You got the pyramids, they don't know how they built. You have modern day skyscrapers. You have ancient lost civilizations. They talk about El Dorado and shit. Well, they're saying that every time there was a reset. And the reset came because of too much fucking degeneracy. Basically Babylon, man. Too much damn degeneracy. The world just got to a place the world was like, yeah, it's time to cleanse the world. A lot of people believe that. A lot of this ruling class believes that. And they believe it's time for another reset. And that's why you see everybody getting bunkers and getting ready. And after this reset right here, everything will be different. You said, do I believe that? I mean, I believe in the Great Flood, so I believe the Great Flood was definitely a reset. When it comes to Tartaria and those other things, I would have to do a little bit more research. So I believe in the Great Flood and I believe in Armageddon. So Armageddon would also be a second Great Reset if you just break it down. So yeah. In a way, I do believe it. I just haven't done my research to believe all of the Tartary, all of that. But when it comes to the Great Flood and Armageddon, yes, resets. Crazy, man. You said Armageddon is a place you travel to in Israel. Well, you know what I mean. The end of the world, man. They say God's gonna take the world in fire. Acts, what is that? Acts 2:17, where who is that? Peter speaking about what Joel prophesies. Acts 2:17. Is that Acts 2:17? Yeah, that's speaking about Joel's prophecy. Yeah. What was the Great Flood? A reset. Yeah, Pluxation Puzzles. What it do, Puzzles? What it do, Puzzles? Welcome in. You said, and what is a reset? Where the world starts anew. Everything is lost. That time it happened in the form of a flood. You going to Denny's? Should you get the T-bone? T-bone's not a bad choice at Denny's. T-bone's not a bad choice. Oh, you say, oh, Yosemite called him? Yeah, Yosemite did call it. Silver dollars. Yeah, so yeah, when I when I said it's a reset, when you look Genesis 6:9, humanity will become exceedingly corrupt and violent. Let's see, Genesis 6:9. And that's what they're trying to do right now. Every time there's a reset, they say the world is really corrupt. And right now we see degeneracy at a level, at really unprecedented levels. We're seeing degeneracy. Yeah, Genesis 6:9, Noah and the flood. Yeah, corruption. Corruption. And they say that's by design. They say that the world is being corrupted by design, so it can be justified for another reset. You said God literally gave me my life back tenfold, 2 more kids, a house, a job, wife, more friends, more money, 3 vehicles. Bless you, God. Hey, I know that's right, Tristan. I know you used a little G, but I think I know what you meant. You did use the little G though. You said how many resets were there from my knowledge? Biblically, we can go back to the Great Flood. If you want to go just based off of the information that I've gathered, just by logic, I would say um there had to be something going on with the Egyptians when we don't know how the pyramids were made. There's more than likely something going on with the cathedrals and the medieval architecture because they can't replicate that either. We do have lost cities that are being uncovered. When they dig roads, they find ruins and shit. But I would go towards things that we can't replicate. I would go towards things that we can't replicate. And I would wonder why that couldn't be replicated. Like things that we can actually see. Like when we look at some of those blocks of the pyramids, just the sheer size of them lets us know that we couldn't replicate the pyramids to this day. Some of the things. Also, the advanced knowledge on astrology and mathematics. Remember, Einstein actually made some equations that weren't proved true until later. Like in theory, this is the equation, and if this is true, then at some point we should observe this. And they go out and they look for it, and at some point it's observed, and that makes his theory or whatever true. I don't know, man. That's why I believe some people have advanced knowledge. And I do believe a lot of these contractors, a lot of these defense contractors are probably in touch with some of these, we can call them whatever you want to call them, these beings, humans, whether they're humans, advanced humans, or whatever, we'll call them advanced humans. The motherfuckers with the technology, the motherfuckers with the weapons. And I believe it's a trickle effect. A trickle effect, because it's like probably a game to them at this point. They can end the show whenever. But it would be a trickle effect, releasing the technology, releasing the weapons as needed, as the natural world catches up, or as other alliances and allegiances are made, or as technology is stolen, because we've come to a point to where a lot of technology gets stolen. Yeah, the Library of Alexandria, wasn't that Constantine? Was that Alexander the Great? Who burned down the Library of Alexandria? One of them. Yeah, I thought that was Constantine. It's crazy, chat. We're living in unprecedented times, man. I should have brought some more food. I'm a little bit hungry. Yeah, Virginia, I got saved. Long time ago, I got saved. Man, we all fall short of the glory. I'm not perfect, but yeah, I got saved a long time ago. What's up, Habiki? We just chilling right now. I'm reading chat. I'm just reading chat. Good night, Samoan. I appreciate you for always showing up, Samoan. You said saved from what? You know how you get saved, you get baptized. I'm from the Bible Belt, so yeah, that's what I was speaking about, saved. Dr. Smith, I'm not really here to debate you on that. I'm not a religious scholar or nothing, man. I mean, you kind of asked the same question for 3 or 4 different ways. You know, we have panels for debates. We just not doing one tonight. Cloud, everybody talking about Lebanon. I am. I've been talking about Lebanon, Cloud. I just showed the videos yesterday of Lebanon getting leveled. I mean, Dr. Smith, I spoke of the Great Flood. I spoke of Armageddon, which hasn't happened. I mean, it kind of depends on your interpretation, because some people will go to the Tower of Babel. Some people are like, I mean, it kind of depends on your interpretation. So if you're gonna count the Tower of Babel, then you can count that as a reset. It's kind of a topic that is debated, and people do have different answers. Um, but when I mean like wiped clean, yeah, I would just say the Great Flood. What's up, Top Cat? Mm-hmm. But nah, it's all good, Dr. Smith. C-Man says resurrection was a reset. Um, yeah, Top Cat, we just reading chat right now, asking questions and reading questions. Ask Top Cat, Dr. Smith, Top Cat, in your view of the Bible, how many resets were there? I was akin it to the Great Flood, and I spoke on Armageddon, where God was supposed to take the world by fire, which hasn't happened yet. I also said it depends on interpretation. Some people would consider the Tower of Babel a reset. C-Mat says resurrection was a reset. So the question was proposed to me, how many resets were there? I said, in my view, my version, the way I was speaking of it, it was, the Great Flood. But it's all dependent on interpretation and where you're at in the debate. No, Israel and Lebanon are still going at it, but they were supposed to be involved in that ceasefire too, Erica. Israel and Lebanon, Israel actually came out and said they were committed to the ceasefire. So it was supposed to be a ceasefire, but they are ongoing. I seen the videos of those villages, man, like just they were villages and then they were nothing. I mean nothing. Gone. Leveled. Over with. Finito. You said, could you imagine if stars fell out of the sky like on Revelations? I actually could. I mean, we kind of see it now. We see asteroids falling, and it would just be like, shit, asteroid. We just seen Three-Eye Atlas. Everybody was taught, didn't know what it was. Some people believe stars aren't exactly stars. I mean, so, no. Shit, at this point, everything short of the second coming wouldn't surprise me, man. At this point, I'm damn near so desensitized now. Everything short of seeing Jesus is not surprising. See, Top Cat's view is different. He says, okay, he would say two. First with Adam and Eve, the second with Noah. The Tower of Babylon was a confusion, not a reset. And that's what I was saying, depending on in what context. Because at that point, what I'm saying is civilization that got to a certain point to where they could build this big tower, to try to reach the heavens or, whatever they had going on. And God put them in a situation to where that could not be finished. So they were kind of set back. It was a reset, but it wasn't, the world wasn't taken. It wasn't white. You said was the Ice Age a reset? It could be. That's what he was asking in the biblical context, and then he was asking outside of the biblical context. You said I just wanted to say this second time I was interacting in your live. Last time you read Memphis to me being a shield tonight, that I was a debater. Well, I'm neither. Hey man, I get all kind of people in here. Dr. Smith, don't take it personal. They call me all kind of shit too. You said, how is the devil an angel before Adam and Eve? Because Adam and Eve weren't angels. Adam was man. Adam was a man. Eve was a woman. Pugsy said Puzzle said the man on the moon was a reset. What happened to the man on the moon? So angels walk the earth, fallen angels walk the earth. They had sex with the daughters of man. What's that, Genesis 2 or 6? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they're trying to say, man. I don't know. I listen to a lot of different theories. I listen to a lot of this stuff being debated, like Billy Carson debating. He has a different take going back to the Sumerian tablets and all of these ancient texts, and then you have people like the hardcore Christians debating it. Then you have the people like the hardcore Israelites, um the Jews. You have all different perspectives. Do I think we'll drop a nuke, C-Mac? Yes. Yes. I think we use that dollar yield nuke. It's not gonna be like a Hiroshima type situation. It's gonna be more like a bunker buster. Though it's dollar yield, so they'll be able to, adjust the payload, I believe. But yeah, I do think they use the nuke. Because I don't think Iran gives up their enriched uranium or the ability to enrich uranium. Because they said they need it for their civilization. Unless the U.S. can guarantee the medicine, but does Iran really want to put their medicine in the USA's hands when they already make 97% of it in-house in their country? They say 2 million of their citizens need that nuclear ability for the medicines. Thank you, from New Zealand. Thank you. Yeah, but this is so earlier when I was doing my research, what's crazy is they took all the posts down. It was like a whole thread. It was like a lot of people talking about it. So they were going back to a leaked memo, or somebody spoke about a leaked memo back in 2006. Bush wanted to nuke Iran with this dollar yield nuke. It was supposed to be almost like similar to a bunker buster, but it's supposed to be able to penetrate 300 feet down and obliterate their nuclear program, because the conventional methods wouldn't work. And they said he couldn't get support for it, so they kind of shelved that idea. and I was gonna speak about it, but the article was deleted, and I went and tried to look it up again, and it was not there anymore. But people were still talking about it, but the actual article wasn't there. Is this it right here? No, that's not it. Trying to find it. Yeah, the article's gone. That's crazy. That's crazy. The whole article's gone. Like I had even saved it somewhere, chat. Like I saved the article somewhere, and it's not even where I saved it. Do I think anyone will come in Iran's defense with the nuclear threat? Well, China and Russia said if Israel launches nukes at Iran that they'll respond. But they didn't say if the United States does it. That's the difference. They didn't say if the United States does it, what will happen. So nobody has spoken out really about what will happen if the United States bombs Iran. Pakistan said if anything happens to it, it's going to nuke India. What's up, K-Cell? That's the thing. Y'all always come in here talking about my setup. Why y'all don't go in Sean Ryan chat and tell him to change his shit around? Why y'all don't go in Sean Ryan chat telling him to change his stuff around? You say 20 to 30% of Iran's fertilizer goes to India? Yeah, that's not good. I want to know what this 2-week opening of the Strait of Hormuz is going to do to energy. I wonder what it's going to do to energy. Yeah, it probably is smooth. I wonder it's going to do to energy. You said my picture is blank. Oh, shit. My bad, chat. My damn camera died. Hold on. Is that better? Yeah, my damn camera died, chat. That's crazy. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I wonder what opening up the the ceasefire today is supposed to come with a 2-week opening of the Strait of Hormuz, but Iran is still gonna levy that $2 million tax, the $2 million toll. It's gonna levy that $2 million toll. So the Strait of Hormuz should be open. That should ease the energy crisis around the globe. Oil did fall off a cliff today, so hopefully we see some. Hopefully they get that fertilizer through there as well. They get the fertilizer through so crops can be planted. Yeah, Hormuz is supposed to be open for everybody for this next 2 weeks. It's supposed to be open for everybody over this next 2 weeks. That was part of the ceasefire. But yeah, I wonder what Mac is gonna say if Trump lifts all the sanctions on Iran. For Iran to be a terrorist regime, the greatest threat to America, I wonder what the GOP is gonna say about him lifting all sanctions. Don't say he won't, because if it gets bad enough, he will. He already lifted the sanctions on the oil that was on the water for Russia and Iran, and he let the Russian oil tanker go through to Cuba. So do I think Trump should go to jail? I think Trump should go home. I think Trump need to just go to Mar-a-Lago, man. Trump need to just go to Mar-a-Lago, man. What's up, Lala? Yeah, Trump need to just go to Mar-a-Lago, man, and watch his stories. It's about that time. If Trump about at that point, he about at the point to where you wake up in the morning, have you a cup of coffee, watch The Price is Right, read the paper, and then just watch his stories for the rest of the day. Yeah, it's just time for Trump to watch his stories, man. Yeah, I know y'all got a parent, grandparent, or somebody that all they want to do is watch their story. I gotta catch my show. I gotta watch my story. That's what Biden doing right now. Biden watching his stories here. A lot of these people running the country need to be putting a damn home, though, man. A lot of people, on the state level too. On the state level and federal level, a lot of these people need to be putting a damn home, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. It's about over with. Let alone calling shots and shit. They ass need to be in the home. Shit, for real, man. They ass need to be somewhere playing bingo, man. They do not need to be calling shots, man. They need to be chilling. kicking back, man, looking around. I wouldn't even mind if Trump just played golf for the rest of the time, man. Just go on and shit. Go back to Mar-a-Lago, kick back, play you 18 holes every day, stay young and youthful, man. Just it's time for you to watch out, big dog. Appreciate you. You gave it your best shot. Thanks for trying, man. Shit. You said, do I think Trump's at home texting from X? Hell yeah. See, you gotta watch it. Trump got a little staff around him. Trump don't have to text. He just gotta tell somebody. He gonna be like, post this to Truth Social. And he gonna say what he want on the post. And he's gonna say word for word. Hell no, I don't think Trump texting that. There ain't never any misspellings. Man, mad as that shit sound, think about how angry Trump's tweets be. Man, if you're that angry tweeting, man, you're gonna misspell something at least once. At least once you're gonna misspell. So everybody that's mad as hell texting misspells something, man. There's no way Trump hasn't misspelled anything, man. That's somebody else typing that shit in. I mean, no auto correct or anything. The auto correct ain't got him or anything. Yeah, nah, that's not Trump, man. It's his words, but that's not him texting the phone. Unless he using text to speech, somebody might have fucked around and taught Trump how to text to speech. If he text to speech and shit, that might just be Trump. See, that's the thing. When Trump came in, the world just started accepting motherfuckers being racist. You know, I'm from the Bible Belt. It was new to y'all. Like, I'm from the Bible Belt. That shit always, you know, it's always, like I tell y'all, sometimes I would rather deal with overt racism than covert because I know where you stand. I know to keep you the fuck away from me, man. I'm from the South, chat, the deep South. That's why I tell y'all. When y'all be like, would you vote for Tucker Carlson? I'd be like, hell nah. Y'all like, why? I mean, Tucker's cool. I believe Tucker, you know what I'm saying? I just don't think Tucker cares about my interest. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't think Tucker give a damn about what black people think. It is what it is. It is like, I want to like Grant Cardone bad, but it's like, shit, you still the ruling class, man. You the billionaire class, man. You in bed with the technocrats, Grant. So it's like, fuck, we're screwed. Because I'm going to be honest with you, Chad. I don't think Gavin Newsom gets the job done, man. I don't think Gavin Newsom gets the job done. gonna be honest with you, Chad. I don't think Gavin Newsom gets the job done, man. I think if the Dems put Gavin Newsom up, they'll fuck around and lose, bro. He just got too much dirt, man. Too many points to pick at, man. Y'all sleep, man. Everybody sleep. Just listen to me. The chat not moving no more. So we finna get out of here, man. We finna get out of here, chat. Double tap the screen, chat on your way out, man. I'll see y'all on the next one. We'll be back tomorrow night, 10